What if the shadows of ancient Rome still whisper through the cobblestone streets of modern Europe, echoing the very fears and sins of a once mighty empire? As twilight falls, the air thickens with a chill, carrying the weight of centuries of buried secrets. The ghostly silhouettes of legionnaires march through the veils of time, their armor clanking softly, a reminder that history is never truly buried. From the crumbling ruins of the Colosseum to the haunting cathedrals of Paris, the remnants of a civilization long past linger, tainted by the demons they once unleashed. In the flickering light of a solitary candle, a historian pores over ancient scrolls, fingers trembling against the brittle parchment. Each word reveals a world where emperors whispered dark incantations and invoked powers beyond mortal comprehension. What if the very spirits of those they wronged rise again, seeking retribution? A chill runs down the spine of the reader. The allure of power has a price. Can the ghosts of arrogance and betrayal be silenced, or do they linger, festering like a wound? Imagine a night in Rome, where the moonlight bathes the ancient buildings in a ghostly glow. The air crackles as a chilling wind sweeps through, carrying with it the cries of the forgotten. A figure cloaked in shadows stands at the edge of the forum, eyes gleaming with secrets. What knowledge does this specter hold? The walls of the city seem to breathe, pulsing with the energy of stories untold. The laughter of long-dead emperors and the wails of their victims create a symphony of sorrow, echoing in the silence. Across the continent, from the haunting beauty of Venice's canals to the blood-soaked fields of Gaul, the spirits of the past weave a tapestry soaked in intrigue and dread. Legends tell of cursed artifacts, blood-soaked battles, and betrayals that turned allies into enemies. Who dares to awaken these slumbering demons? What calamities would befall those who stumble upon the hidden truths of yore? As the sun sets, a sense of urgency escalates. Characters walk the tightrope between history and horror, their fates entwined with the very demons that shaped Europe. In the shadows, a cult rises, hungry for power and willing to pay any price to unearth ancient relics. Each discovery pulls them closer to something greater and far more terrifying than they could ever imagine. What happens when the forgotten gods of Rome reclaim their influence? When the spirits of the vanquished refuse to be silenced? As the lines between the living and the dead blur, the stakes grow higher, and the past becomes a living nightmare. With every revelation, a pulse quickens, and the haunting question lingers. What price must be paid to confront the demons that still roam the earth, waiting for their reckoning? The air trembles with anticipation, as if the very ground knows that history breathes and waits for its chance to unleash hell once more. In a flickering torchlight, shadows danced across the stone walls of an ancient temple. The air was thick with incense, drawing in the breath of the gods as priests whispered prayers, their voices rising like a haunting melody through the night. A child stood just outside, peering into the darkness, his heart racing as stories of gods and spirits echoed in his mind. He had heard about the demons lurking in the shadows, creatures born from the fears of humanity, and he could almost feel their breath against his neck. What lay hidden in the recesses of Roman beliefs was far more chilling than he could imagine. Long before the rise of emperors and mighty legions, the Romans had woven a rich tapestry of mythology and religion that painted the world around them in vivid colors, shadows, and specters. In ancient Rome, the lines between the divine and the demonic blurred, each god and spirit offering a spectrum of power and peril. Every grove of trees, every river, and every stone was thought to house a presence, a being that could either bless or curse. The Romans believed they were surrounded by the heartbeat of a living universe, where demons, known as demons, played a crucial role in everyday life. These demons were not merely evil entities lurking in the corners of darkened rooms. They were spirits of nature, guardians of places, and even the souls of the departed. Some could bring fortune, while others were harbingers of misfortune. The Romans understood that to ignore these beings was to invite chaos. They built altars and shrines, offering gifts of food, wine, and incense to appease the spirits and ensure their favor. The ancient Romans knew that respect was key. They showed reverence for the invisible forces that shaped their world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the forum. The stories of these spirits echoed through the bustling streets. Tales of the mischievous lemurs, restless spirits of the dead, sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. These were the specters that roamed the earth, seeking recognition and honor from the living. It was said that on certain nights, their moaning wails could be heard, a chilling reminder of the past that haunted the present. Families would prepare offerings to keep the lemurs at bay, fearful of their wrath and desperate to maintain peace within their homes. In stark contrast stood the manes, the benevolent spirits of ancestors who watched over their descendants. Romans honored them with rituals, ensuring that the memory of loved ones lived on. They would gather in quiet contemplation, sharing stories of those who had passed, hoping to summon their blessings. This duality of spirits created a complex relationship with the afterlife, fostering a deep sense of responsibility toward both the living and the dead. Death was not the end. It was a transition, and the Romans understood that they must tread carefully in the spiritual waters of their ancestors. As the years rolled on, the riotous energy of the Roman Empire surged across the Mediterranean, intertwining with other cultures and their beliefs. The Romans absorbed ideas from the Greeks, the Etruscans, and the myriad of tribes they encountered. Each new influence added complexity to their understanding of the spiritual world. New deities emerged, each bringing their own set of demons and spirits. The Furies, those fierce avengers born from the depths of the earth, would hunt down wrongdoers, embodying the wrath of the cosmos. Their presence was both a warning and a lesson. Justice would be served, one way or another. In Rome, temples were erected to honor these varied spirits, each one a sacred space where the divine and demonic intertwined. The walls of these temples were inscribed with the names of gods and spirits, and their presence was felt in every ritual. Each offering, each prayer was an acknowledgement of their power. The priests, cloaked in solemnity, stood as intermediaries, guiding the faithful through the labyrinth of spiritual forces. They understood that the balance of the universe rested in these relationships, and they labored tirelessly to maintain harmony. But amidst the reverence, fear lingered like a shadow, whispering tales of the unknown. The Striges, vampiric entities that prowled the night, twisted the delicate balance of faith and dread. They feasted on the lifeblood of the living, leaving hollow shells in their wake. Parents would hush their children with tales of Striges, urging them to stay close and avoid the dark corners of the night. This fear was woven deeply into the fabric of Roman society, shaping behavior and beliefs in ways both visible and hidden. Even the renowned poet Ovid spun tales of transformation and spirit, bringing the divine and demonic to life through vibrant verses. He painted pictures of gods and mortals entangled in a dance of desire and consequence, suggesting that the thin veil between the two worlds could be torn at any moment. His words hung heavy in the air, stirring emotions that ranged from awe to terror. As twilight settled over the city, the boundary between the living and the dead seemed to flicker like the candle flames that lit the altars. The Romans believed that the veil was thinnest during certain times of the year, the festival of Lemuria being one of the most significant. During this time, they would perform rituals to exorcise restless spirits from their homes, creating a cacophony of noise to scare them away. The streets filled with the sound of clashing pots and rattling bones, a wild symphony of fear and celebration. Each night, as the moon cast its silvery glow, stories of the spirits would rise and fall like the tides. The past echoed through the ages, and the Romans recognized that their understanding of the supernatural was a living, breathing entity, evolving with every generation. The whispers of the ancients lingered on the lips of the storytellers, waiting to be shared again. Each tale of valor and dread added to the collective consciousness, shaping the beliefs that would transcend time. The child outside the temple shivered, captivated by the shadows lurking in the corners of his mind. The spirits were alive, teetering between blessing and curse, and as he turned away, he didn't realize he had stepped deeper into a world where those who walked among the living were not alone. The pulse of fear and reverence intertwined, a knot tightening around his heart, urging him to listen more closely to the stories that awaited him, just beyond the flickering light. The echoes of the past were calling, and he was destined to uncover their secrets, even if it meant facing the very demons that had haunted the whispers of his ancestors. Amidst the clamor of a bustling Roman marketplace, where merchants shouted their wares and children's laughter rang out like music, shadows flickered between the vibrant stalls, shadows that belonged to gods and spirits once revered by all. The air thickened with the scent of spices and incense, hinting at sacred offerings and whispered prayers. Here, the Roman pantheon embraced its people, a living tapestry of divine beings who shaped destinies with a mere flick of their mighty wrists. Jupiter, the king of the gods, stood tall and imposing on the Capitolium, his thunderous voice resonating with authority. He held a scepter that could command respect, and his eyes, filled with the power of storm clouds, pierced through the hearts of mortals. Every time a flash of lightning illuminated the darkened skies, it felt as if Jupiter himself was watching, casting judgment upon the world below. Fear mingled with reverence, as the people offered sacrifices, praying for blessings and protection from his tumultuous wrath. But it wasn't just Jupiter who ruled the heavens. Below, in the depths of the earth, Pluto wove shadows, silently guiding souls to the afterlife. His realm was filled with an eerie stillness, where whispers of the departed lingered, and the weight of forgotten dreams clung to the air. It was said that Pluto could charm the hearts of the living with a single look, drawing them closer to the mysteries of death, a seduction that both terrified and fascinated the living. They believed that he held the key to eternal life, forever balancing the scales of fate. Venus, the goddess of love and beauty, danced gracefully through the streets, her laughter sparkling like sunlight on water. She embodied passion, her very presence sparking flames in the hearts of lovers. Yet, beneath her enchanting exterior lay a tempest of emotions. Jealousy and desire wrapped tightly around her like silken threads. Mortals sought her favor, pouring out their hearts in the hope of winning her blessing. Her gaze could ignite love or wreak havoc upon those who dared to cross her. Wasn't it her touch that turned mere mortals into star-crossed lovers, forever entwined in their fates? Mars, the fierce god of war, strode through the battlefield with a determination that sent shivers down the spines of both friend and foe. Clad in shining armor, he thrived in chaos, his heart beating to the rhythm of clashing swords. Yet, even he bore the weight of despair, for every victory came at a cost. Blood spilled, tears shed, families torn apart. His presence inspired valor, but also fear, as men went off to battle, knowing they were mere pawns in a game played by gods higher than themselves. Each deity served a purpose, embodying the very essence of human emotions and experiences. Ceres, the goddess of agriculture, felt the pulse of the earth. Her hands nurtured the crops that fed her people, while her heart ached for those who went hungry. When the harvest failed, the cries of the land echoed in her soul, leading her to search for her daughter, Proserpina, who had been claimed by Pluto. Their reunion was a bittersweet tale of love and loss, a dance between light and shadow that resonated deeply within the hearts of Romans. In the quiet corners of the city, spirits called Laras and Penates watched over every household, guardians of family and home. They were the silent witnesses to joy and sorrow, laughter and tears. Residents would leave offerings at their altars, hoping to secure a blessing of happiness and safety. Each flickering flame in the night held a promise of protection, a promise that kept families bound together through thick and thin. And then there was Janus, the two-faced god of beginnings and transitions, who stood at the threshold of every doorway, watching with wise eyes that could see both past and future. His presence reminded the Romans of choices, of paths yet to be taken. Each decision they made echoed in the cosmos, rippling through time and space. They invoked Janus at the start of every venture, hoping to find clarity and direction in the ever-turning wheel of fate. As dusk approached, the sky blushed with hues of orange and purple, casting a magical glow over the city. People gathered in temples, their hearts heavy with hopes and prayers. They knew that their lives intertwined with the divine, that each breath they took was a whisper to the gods above. The very fabric of their existence was woven by the hands of deities, who listened intently, each one waiting for a chance to intervene, to guide, or perhaps to test the limits of human spirit. And there, at the center of it all, stood the great pantheon, a temple of unity, where every god and spirit was honored beneath one magnificent dome. Its marble walls resonated with the reverberations of centuries of prayers, a sacred space where the divine met the mortal. The air thrummed with energy, and the stones seemed to pulse with life, encapsulating every emotion, every prayer, and every sacrifice made in the name of the gods. Yet, beneath this facade of reverence, a tension brewed. Whispers of conflict and change began to stir among the deities. Each god harbored their own desires, their own grudges. Jupiter's dominance faced challenges from Mars, while Venus and Pluto shared a rivalry that could ignite the flames of war. The harmony of the pantheon was fragile, teetering on the edge of chaos. With every prayer uttered, the balance shifted slightly, as if the gods themselves were engaged in a cosmic game, forever entwined in the lives of those who worshipped them. As the night deepened, the moon cast a silvery glow across the city, illuminating the hidden corners where the spirits lingered. A world where the divine intertwined with the mundane, where shadows danced and ancient stories unfolded. Beneath this celestial canopy, the people continued to live, love, and pray, their lives woven tightly into the tapestry of the pantheon. Little did they know how close they were to a divine revelation, a moment that could alter the course of their very existence. Within this sacred dance, emotions swirled like the wind: hope, fear, love, and despair. The gods watched, eager to see what the morrow would bring, for they understood that every heartbeat of their worshippers resonated with the pulse of the universe. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled in the vast sky above, the air grew thick with anticipation, hinting at the next great unfolding of fate. The echo of sandals on cobblestone streets whispers through the ages, stirring shadows of an ancient world that still shapes the stories nestled deep within the hearts of modern Europe. In a dim tavern, flickering candles cast flickers of light upon a crowd as bards weave tales of heroes and gods, their voices carrying the weight of centuries past. These tales, rich with the influence of Rome, ignite a spark in listeners, igniting imaginations and connecting them to a time long gone. As the sun sets behind the relics of once mighty civilizations, the magic of Rome seeps into the very fabric of European folklore. The ancient Romans, with their grandeur and their gods, left behind a legacy that would twist and twine through the stories passed down through generations. From the hills of Tuscany to the misty moors of Scotland, the tales that spring forth are steeped in the richness of Roman influence, tales that echo with the laughter of satyrs and the whispers of nymphs, their existence a testament to a culture that knew both glory and decline. In the chilling winds of winter, when the nights stretch long and shadows dance upon the walls, a story comes alive, one of transformation and resilience. The ancient god Jupiter, ruler of the skies, was not merely a figure of worship, but a powerful symbol that seeped into the folklore of many a European land. The stories spun around hearths in far-off villages echoed with the authority of his thunderous voice. It is said that in a small hamlet, a child born on a stormy night was blessed by the very essence of Jupiter. The villagers, witnessing the ominous clouds parting to reveal twinkling stars, whispered with awe, this child would be a protector, a guardian. Their legend intertwined with the might of the Roman gods, echoing through the ages as a beacon of hope and strength. But the influence of Rome did not stop at the divine. It seeped into the very bones of the land itself. With the Roman Empire came the roads, the bridges, and the dreams of movement. Folklore in these lands began to reflect the journeys that were once impossible. The stories of brave travelers, warriors embarking on quests, rose like smoke from the fires of countless gatherings. As knights set forth on journeys to seek glory, the tales of their bravery and valor grew, intertwining with Roman tales of conquest and adventure. The stories pulled at the heartstrings of those who listened, invoking feelings of courage and longing, making them yearn for their own grand adventures. In the silence of a moonlit night, tales of love flourished, too, illuminated by the stars that had witnessed countless romances. The lore of Pygmalion, a sculptor who fell in love with his own creation, whispered through the ages, mingling with the stories of star-crossed lovers from various cultures. Like a tapestry woven with threads of longing and passion, these tales intertwined, creating an emotional resonance that echoed deeply within the human soul. The influence of Roman mythology infused these tales with flavors of desire, deepening their impact as they traveled through time, collecting richness from each retelling. Yet, these narratives were not solely glorious. They carried shadows as well, reflecting the darker aspects of human nature. The fall of Rome, a powerful image etched in the minds of many, seeped into the folklore of the time. It became a cautionary tale whispered in stormy whispers, a reminder of pride and downfall. Shadows of lost empires transformed into ghosts that haunted the forests and ruins. Villagers would gather around flickering fires, sharing tales of spectral soldiers wandering the hills, remnants of a once great civilization. These stories of loss and regret pulled at the heartstrings, evoking a sense of melancholy, reminding listeners of the fragility of power and the inevitability of time. As the seasons turned, so too did the tales. The harvest festivals, steeped in Roman traditions, brought forth stories of abundance, intertwining ancient practices with the fabric of local folklore. The goddess Ceres, guardian of grain and harvest, became a symbol of sustenance and abundance in countless villages. Families gathered to share meals, singing songs that echoed the praise of the earth and the fruits it bore. The laughter of children mingled with the songs of the past, connecting them to the bounty of the land and the wisdom of those who walked it before. Even the changing of the seasons became a canvas for folklore, painted with the colors of Roman festivals. The rituals of Saturnalia, with their revelries and joy, transformed into stories of winter celebrations that warmed the coldest nights. The tales of mischief and merriment turned into legends of winter spirits, playful elves that brought gifts and laughter, echoing the spirit of those ancient days when the barriers between the mortal and the divine thinned, allowing for connections that transcended time. And as the stories flowed like rivers through the hearts of the people, they became intertwined with the very essence of their lives. The influence of Rome shaped not just the tales but the emotions that ran deep within them: joy, sorrow, love, and loss. Each story that was told around the fire, each whispered legend that danced through the air, was a thread in a vast tapestry of connection, binding the past to the present, the stories of Rome to the lives of ordinary people. In the shadows of ancient ruins, where echoes of history lingered, the spirit of Rome remained ever present, a constant reminder of the power of storytelling and the enduring legacy of a civilization that shaped the world. The heartbeats of those who came before resonated in the souls of those who listened, the emotions of their tales becoming a part of the human experience, intertwining, thriving, and evolving with each retelling. As the night deepened and the embers glowed, the bards continued their song, weaving together the threads of history and folklore. The audience, captivated and entranced, leaned forward, eager for the next twist, the next revelation, knowing that the stories would never truly end. They were simply waiting, like the restless spirits of the past, ready to spill forth into the lives of those who dared to listen. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, the villagers whispered tales of a woman who lived on the outskirts, cloaked in shadows and old, tattered robes. Her name was known to all but spoken by few, a name that could summon gasps of fear and fascination. Maleficium, the very word sent chills through the spines of those who dared to utter it. It hung in the air, thick with the weight of ancient curses and whispered incantations, a specter that loomed over the Roman world. The Romans, with their grand architecture and sprawling cities, were not untouched by the darker arts. Maleficium was not merely a trivial matter. It was a concept deeply rooted in their society, entwined in the fabric of daily life. To accuse someone of maleficium was to paint a target on their back. It meant more than just witchcraft. It was a declaration of intent, a belief that some could wield power to harm others. The very essence of the term conjured images of sinister rituals performed under the cover of night, where hexes and spells were whispered to the flicker of candlelight, and the moon bore witness to the unseen forces at play. As night fell, the air grew thick with tension. Rumors swirled like autumn leaves caught in a tempest, stories of women with piercing gazes and hands that could heal or harm. Some were healers, skilled in the use of herbs and potions, while others were feared, whispered to have sold their souls for dark knowledge. The delicate line between healer and witch was a constant source of unease among the populace. The very same hands that could cradle a child could also summon the spirits of the dead, or so the tales claimed. In this world, the trials of maleficium were as public as they were brutal. Accusations could spring from the smallest of grievances: a failed crop, a sickly animal, or a love unreturned. Once the finger of blame was pointed, there was little that could shield the accused from the wrath of the crowd. Fear morphed into frenzy, and the cries for justice echoed through the streets, drowning out any pleas for mercy. The accused were often subjected to grueling tests, designed to draw out the truth, but they frequently became spectacles of horror. Water trials, where the accused was thrown into a river to see if they would float, revealed not only the depths of suspicion but also the chilling callousness of humanity. Yet, amidst the terror and superstition, there was an undeniable draw to the power that maleficium seemed to offer. The allure of control over one's fate, a chance to bend the natural order, held an irresistible grip on many. The stories of those who had mastered the dark arts became legends, echoing through the halls of history. They spoke of women who could conjure storms or bring bountiful harvests with a mere utterance of words learned through intricate rituals passed down through generations. But in every shadowy tale lay a warning. Power often demanded a price, and the consequences could be dire. As the fires of suspicion blazed brightly, they illuminated not only the witch hunts, but also the deep-seated fears of a society grappling with change. The Romans were a people caught between tradition and progress, and maleficium became a scapegoat for the anxieties of their time. With the rise of new beliefs and the encroaching influence of Christianity, the ancient ways began to falter under the weight of dogma. Maleficium was redefined, shifting from a misunderstood aspect of folk medicine to a manifestation of evil itself. What was once a source of hope and healing became synonymous with heresy and damnation. And there, on the edge of the village, the witch with the knowing eyes stirred her pot, the cauldron bubbling with strange herbs and secret ingredients. To those who stood watch, she was a monster, a figure of dread hovering at the threshold of their lives. Yet, in her heart, she believed she was merely a healer, a guardian of ancient wisdom. The villagers' aloofness only deepened her connection to the powers she wielded, a tragic irony that echoed in the hollow silence of her lonely hut. As the winds howled and the shadows deepened, the fear of maleficium began to solidify into something more sinister. The Romans, in their quest for control and understanding, sought to regulate the very essence of magic, creating laws that defined and criminalized the practice of witchcraft. In the year 300 BCE, the 12 Tables codified the fears of the populace, as accusations and punishments took on a more formal structure. The art of witchcraft was no longer just a matter of rumor and superstition. It became a legal battleground where lives hung in the balance, and the definition of what constituted maleficium became a weapon wielded by those in power. And so the cycle intensified, feeding on itself, as fear bred further suspicion. The flames of the pyres burned bright under the Roman sky, consuming not just bodies, but lives, families, and communities. Each sentence of guilt echoed the cries of the innocent, a chilling reminder of the fragile line that separated the ordinary from the extraordinary, the healer from the witch. Within this world of fear, the legacy of maleficium carved its mark. It wasn't merely an ancient concept. It whispered through the corridors of time, influencing ideas of witchcraft that would flourish in later centuries. The lessons learned from the Roman fear of maleficium would resonate through the ages, casting long shadows over the practices of the Middle Ages and beyond. The stories and beliefs born from that turbulent time would seep into the minds of future generations, shaping the narratives of witch hunts that would spark terror across Europe. As the echoes of the past lingered, the village's fate hung in the balance. The cycle of suspicion and power struggled to find resolution, each day bringing with it the potential for both healing and destruction. The flickering oil lamp cast shadows that danced and twisted, a testament to the power held in both light and darkness, a reflection of the struggle between the ancient and the new. In this precarious dance, the legacy of Maleficium awaited its next chapter, ready to unfold with a chilling inevitability, as the specter of witchcraft continued to haunt the corridors of time. In a dimly lit Roman forum, shadows danced along the ancient stone walls, whispering secrets of power and fear. A nervous crowd murmured, their eyes fixed on the figure of Cicero, the great orator, whose words could either elevate the spirit or plunge it into despair. His voice rang out, piercing through the heavy air, speaking of demons that lurked not just in the underworld, but in the hearts of men. Cicero knew well the darkness that lay beneath the surface of their society, the very forces that could claw at the soul, twisting it into something monstrous. As he recounted the tales of those who had succumbed to madness, a shiver coursed through the assembly. Stories of haunted minds, where demons took the form of guilt and fear, made the listeners pull their cloaks tighter around their shoulders. This was not merely a lecture. It was a warning, a mirror reflecting the hidden terrors within. Cicero's rhetoric painted vivid images of spirits that could possess the living, driving them to insanity or even murder, leaving echoes of sorrow in their wake. Echoing Cicero's grim understanding of the human psyche, Lucretius, centuries later, offered a different perspective. His voice, softer yet equally compelling, argued that fear of the supernatural was a construct, a byproduct of ignorance. He spoke of the universe as a realm governed by natural laws, where demons existed only in the minds of the fearful. Yet, even as he spoke, the weight of doubt hung in the air, for how could one dismiss the strange occurrences that gripped the night? The stories of the vengeful spirits restless in their graves, awaiting the chance to reclaim what was taken from them, seeped into the consciousness of all who heard them. Then, there was Seneca, whose philosophy intertwined with the very fabric of Roman life. To him, demons were not merely supernatural entities, but also the relentless forces of emotion that tormented the human spirit. He wrote of anger and jealousy, giving voice to the internal struggles that threatened to consume the individual. In his powerful letters, he warned that these demons were perceptible in everyday life, ready to pounce on the unsuspecting. The audience listened, their hearts racing, as they recognized their own struggles reflected in his words. But the seductive allure of myth was never far behind. Ovid, the master of transformation, spun tales that captivated the imagination. In his verses, demons emerged not just as frightful entities, but as beings that could seduce the heart, leading mortals into despair or ecstasy. He wove the story of the nymph Echo, cursed by a demon of unrequited love, forever doomed to repeat the words of others. The tragic beauty of her fate resonated deeply, tugging at the heartstrings of those who had tasted the bitterness of love lost. Ovid's enchanting narratives painted demons as part of the human experience, intertwining love and pain in a dance as old as time. The air thickened with tension as the tales of metamorphoses unfolded. Stories of men turned into beasts and women into trees were not just fanciful creations. They echoed the fears and desires that churned within humanity. These transformations were reminders of the fine line between civilization and chaos, where the demonic could slip into the everyday life of a Roman citizen without warning. As Ovid's verses rolled off the tongues of listeners in hushed tones, they shivered at the thought of their own potential for darkness. In the shadows of these grand narratives, lesser-known figures whispered their own truths. The poets and playwrights of the lower classes told stories of hauntings and curses, of spirits that roamed the streets at night, seeking revenge for wrongs done. Their words, raw and visceral, struck at the core of the audience's being. Each tale felt eerily familiar, echoing the fears that nestled deep in the hearts of all who heard them. The fear of retribution, of the past coming back to claim its due, felt all too real. The rhythm of the night pulsed with a blend of fear and fascination, as the line between reality and fiction blurred. The Roman imagination was a fevered beast, hungry for the supernatural. It was not just the stories themselves that sent chills down spines, but the way they ignited the imagination. Each tale inflamed the mind with thoughts of demons waiting to be unleashed. As the night deepened, the air felt electric, a palpable tension that left everyone on the edge of their seats, yearning for more. With every story shared in candlelit gatherings and bustling marketplaces, the demons of Roman literature took on lives of their own. They slipped between the lines of text, becoming part of the fabric of everyday life. From the lofty debates of Cicero to the playful verses of Ovid, these supernatural beings reminded the Romans of their humanity, their vulnerabilities, and their fears. As the works of these great thinkers and writers circulated through the empire, they sparked conversations that echoed through the ages. Each new retelling, each whispered warning, added another layer to the rich tapestry of belief. The demons lingered just out of sight, but always within reach, their chilling presence a reminder of the darkness that all too often lay beneath the surface of the human soul. And so, as the candles flickered and the shadows grew long, the stories continued to weave themselves into the lives of those who listened. Each haunting tale left a mark, etched into the very fabric of Roman thought, flowing seamlessly into the next. The demons, whether born of ancient fear or vivid imagination, had secured their place in the hearts and minds of a civilization living on the brink of myth and reality, forever entangled in the haunting embrace of their own creation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient streets of Rome, the city transformed. The soft glow of street lamps flickered to life, illuminating cobblestones that had borne witness to centuries of history. To the untrained eye, it seemed like any other evening, but those who truly knew the city felt a chill in the air, a whisper of the past that refused to be silenced. In the narrow alleys where tourists tread lightly with their gelato, an insatiable darkness lurked just beneath the surface. Legends swirled like the autumn leaves that danced around the feet of passers-by, tales of spirits that roamed the earth, unwilling to lay their heavy burdens to rest. These were the ghosts of Rome, each with a story more haunting than the last, and each beckoning those brave enough to listen. At the site of the ancient Colosseum, echoes of the past resounded. On moonlit nights, some claimed to hear the faint cries of gladiators, their spirits forever trapped in the monumental arena where they once fought for glory and life. Spectators would flock to witness the brutality, but it was said that those who lingered too long might feel a cold breath on their neck, a reminder that the veil between life and death was thin. Eyes wide with both fear and thrill, visitors often found themselves glancing over their shoulders, half expecting to see a ghostly warrior stalking the ruins. Not far from there, in the shadows of the Pantheon, a different kind of story unfolded. The air was thick with tales of a mysterious figure known as the White Lady. She was said to be the spirit of a noblewoman who had met a tragic end, her heart forever broken by betrayal. Locals whispered that on certain nights, she would appear in a flowing gown, her face pale and sorrowful. Those who encountered her reported feeling an overwhelming sadness, a weight on their chest as if they shared in her grief. It was a sorrow so profound that it would linger with them long after they had left the sacred grounds. Venturing toward the Tiber River, the stories grew darker. The river, a silent witness to countless tragedies, held its own secrets. The ghost of the hanged man was said to wander the banks, his spirit trapped in a loop of despair after being wrongfully executed. Fishermen late at night reported seeing him standing on the edge, looking out over the water with hollow eyes. They would feel an inexplicable urge to turn back, as if he were warning them of the dangers that lay ahead. Those who couldn't resist the pull often returned, haunted by visions of what lay beneath the surface. In the shadow of the Vatican, the history took on an air of secrecy. The ghost of a priest who had been murdered for his controversial beliefs was said to roam the hallowed halls. His whispers echoed in the corridors, urging those who entered to seek the truth hidden beneath centuries of doctrine. Some claimed to have seen his spectral figure, dressed in tattered robes, his eyes alight with fervor. Those who dared to listen were often left shaken, as if the very foundations of their faith were being questioned by a voice from beyond. Not to be outdone, the haunting of the catacombs added another layer to this tapestry of terror. As visitors wandered through the labyrinth of bones, a sensation of being watched crept over them, leaving them with goosebumps. It was said that the spirits of the countless souls buried there still roamed, seeking solace for the lives they once lived. Whispers filled the air, stories of love, loss, and regret, each echoing against the cold stone walls. Those who ventured too far might hear a soft sobbing or the rustle of unseen figures moving through the darkness, reminding them that death was not the end, merely a transition. Late at night, the Piazza Navona became a stage for the ethereal. As the fountain's waters danced under the glimmering stars, some would claim to see a woman in a red dress, her silhouette glowing against the stone. She was said to be a courtesan from centuries past, eternally waiting for her lost lover. Those who approached felt a magnetic pull, as if she were reaching out across time. But as they stepped closer, the air turned cold, and the woman would vanish, leaving only a lingering scent of roses and a sense of longing that echoed in their hearts. The stories of Rome were not just tales to thrill the imagination. They were deeply interwoven with the city's history, each spirit a testament to the lives that had come before. The ghosts of Rome were alive in the stories they carried, in the emotions they inspired, and in the footsteps of those who roamed the streets after dark. As the last rays of sunlight faded and the shadows grew long, the living and the dead danced together in the flickering light, a haunting reminder that history is never truly gone. It lives on in the whispered legends, in the chill of the night air, and in the hearts of those who dare to wander where the living and the spectral intertwine. As the clock struck midnight, the cobblestones glistened with moisture, creating a slick surface that reflected the flickering lights above. Shadows darted around corners, as if playing games that only the dead could understand. The ghosts of the past beckoned, their stories woven into the fabric of the city. And as new visitors arrived, curious and wide-eyed, they felt the weight of history pressing upon them, an invisible force drawing them deeper into the heart of Rome, a place where the living and the dead existed side by side, their tales intertwined in an eternal dance. The night was thick with tension, the air heavy with a damp chill that clung to the skin like guilt. Beneath the surface of the bustling Roman streets, where laughter and chatter masked deeper fears, lay a world untouched by sunlight, a shadowy realm where the souls of the departed drifted endlessly. It was a place of whispers and shadows, where the dead lingered, caught between the hopes of the living and the weight of their own unfulfilled desires. In this darkened underbelly, the city of Dis ruled with an iron grip. The gates, wrought with iron and encircled by a river of souls, stood as a grim welcome to those who had crossed the threshold of life. Charon, the ferryman, eyed the living with a mix of disdain and pity, his eyes hollow and unfeeling. His boat, a mere splintered shell, awaited the lost souls, shrouded in a mist that clung like the remnants of their earthly attachments. Each soul he ferried was a story untold, a life unfinished, and as he rowed across the river, the whispers of their regrets filled the air like a haunting melody. As the boat glided over the dark waters, a shiver ran through the errant shades, the spirits of the dead. They reached out, desperately trying to grasp the warmth of life that slipped further away with each passing moment. They were echoes of laughter, tears uncried, and unfulfilled dreams, trapped forever in a twilight that offered no solace or reprieve. Each shade bore the weight of its own history. Some were warriors, their hearts still beating with the pride of battle. Others were mothers, their nurturing spirits grounded in an eternal longing to return to their children. In those murky depths, the air was thick with the scent of decay, and a sense of foreboding loomed over the landscape. It was here that the three judges awaited, sitting upon their thrones carved from obsidian. Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, each with their own scales of justice, presided over the fates of the souls that entered Dis. Their eyes gleamed with a cold intensity as they listened to the stories of the dead, weighing their deeds against the sins they had carried in life. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, as every shade knew that the judgment would either lead them into the Elysian fields, a paradise of eternal bliss, or cast them into the depths of Tartarus, a pit of torment that housed the damned. The shades shuffled forward, their forms flickering like candle flames in a tempest. Each soul felt the pressure of the moment, the weight of their choices pressing down like a heavy stone. A soldier stepped forward, his armor rusted and battered, still bearing the scars of his final battle. "I fought bravely," he pleaded, his voice choked with desperation. "I died for my country." But the judges remained unmoved. They had seen countless souls like his, filled with pride yet tainted by cruelty, and they listened with the patience of the ages. Nearby, a woman stepped forward, her eyes filled with unshed tears, her heart aching with the memory of a child lost too soon. "I loved fiercely," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I would have given anything for one more moment with him." The judges exchanged glances, weighing her grief against the shadows of her life. The air crackled with tension as they considered the sorrow that enveloped her. Yet she too was not without her failings. As each shade faced judgment, the river of souls continued to swell, and in the distance, the echo of a tortured wail reverberated through the darkness. It was the lost souls of Tartarus, forever chained to their sins, their cries a chilling reminder of the consequences that awaited the unrepentant. The sound sent chills down the spines of those who stood waiting, their hearts pounding in their chests. Who among them would end up there to suffer for eternity? The thought hung heavy, a dark cloud over the proceedings. Within the shadows, old stories echoed, tales of those who had defied the gods, whose names were whispered in fear. There was Tantalus, forever reaching for the fruits just out of his grasp, and Sisyphus, eternally pushing his boulder uphill, only to have it roll back down again. These legends were etched into the very fabric of the underworld, a testament to the fate that befell those who dared to challenge the divine order. The air crackled with the weight of their cautionary tales, a grim reminder that every choice echoed in eternity. As the shades awaited their fate, darkness gathered in the corners of Dis, pooling like spilled ink. It was said that in the depths of this realm, the spirits could still feel the heartbeat of the living world. They could sense the joy, the laughter, and the love that thrummed just beyond their reach. The longing was palpable, a bittersweet reminder of all they had lost. Each shade bore the invisible chains of their unfulfilled wishes, and as they stood before the judges, hope flickered like a dying ember. Caught in this web of memories and regrets, a sudden disturbance rippled through the underworld. The very stones of Dis trembled as a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Persephone, the queen of the underworld, her presence both ethereal and commanding. Her gown flowed like dark water, and her eyes glimmered with knowledge of the living and the dead. The shades quivered at her arrival, for she held the power to sway the judges' decisions. The air became charged with anticipation, as if the fates themselves were holding their breath. "Have mercy," a faded voice called from the crowd of shades. "Let us not be defined by our mistakes, but by our desires to redeem ourselves." Persephone's gaze swept over the gathering of lost souls, and in that moment, hope ignited within them like a spark in the dark. They yearned for her compassion, for a second chance, for a way to bridge the chasm between the living and the dead. But the judges remained silent, their expressions carved in stone. The tension hung thick, and the echoes of the past mingled with the whispers of the present. Each shade felt the weight of the moment pressing upon them, a mixture of fear and longing that intertwined like vines in a darkened forest. Would they be cast into eternal night, or would they find their way back to the light? In the fragile silence, the river of souls continued to flow, carrying with it the stories of the departed, each one a thread in the tapestry of the underworld. The shadows deepened, and the echoes of the past intertwined with the tremors of the present, creating a haunting resonance that filled the air with tension. As they stood on the precipice of fate, all eyes turned toward Persephone, waiting for her to speak, to decide, to change everything. The darkness closed in, and the fate of the shades trembled in the balance, poised for a decision that could alter their very essence in a world where hope was a fleeting shadow. In the flickering shadows of the early church, a tension crackled through the air, thick with the whispers of ancient gods and the promise of a new faith. The streets of urban centers in the Roman Empire thrummed with uncertainty. It was a time when the old ways still clung desperately to their followers, even as the light of Christianity began to break through the darkened alleys and hidden shrines. The echoes of rituals once deemed sacred now mingled with the potent fervor of a faith that promised salvation and redemption. Vivid images danced like firelight in the minds of many, conjuring up a world where demons prowled under the cover of night. In the temples dedicated to Jupiter and Venus, fragrant offerings of wine and grain were made, but above the altar, shadows loomed. They were not mere figments of imagination but were believed to be real, tangible, and haunting. For those steeped in the old traditions, the transition was fraught with fear. What would become of their beloved gods? Would the demons be cast aside, or would they retaliate with vengeance? The young Bishop of Rome, a man with fire in his eyes and iron in his heart, stood before a growing congregation. He spoke passionately, mingling the ancient tales of demons with the new truths of Christ. "These spirits," he declared, "are nothing but the whispers of falsehood, meant to lead you astray." Every word pierced the air like a dagger, igniting hope in some, while sparking dread in others. They felt the weight of the past pressing down, a sense of loss mingling with the hunger for something greater. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the streets transformed. In every corner, the remnants of paganism lingered. A woman named Lucilla, torn between two worlds, hesitantly approached the shadows of her childhood. She could still hear the laughter of her friends as they celebrated Saturnalia, a festive chaos filled with merriment. Now, the laughter felt distant, like an echo fading into the night. The flickers of her candle cast long shadows on the walls, reminding her of the stories told, of spirits that could possess the unwary, of curses and blessings intertwined with every choice made. In a dimly lit corner of the city, a gathering of the faithful prayed fervently. They recited the Lord's Prayer, their voices rising like smoke to the heavens. Yet, beneath their chants lay tremors of fear. The memory of spirits and demons was not easily extinguished. With every prayer, they wrestled with the anxiety of what lay beyond the veil. Some claimed to hear whispers in the night, unintelligible words that chilled their bones. Were these the remnants of the pagan gods, still lurking and vengeful? Claudia, a young woman with a heart full of longing, felt the weight of the world on her shoulders. She longed to embrace the teachings of Christ but was haunted by nightmares of her childhood. The faces of her friends danced in her mind, adorned with flowers and laughter, as they invoked the protection of their gods. Now, the allure of Christianity wrapped around her like a warm cloak, but fear still gnawed at her spirit. How could she turn away from the familiar? In the market square, the divide between believers and non-believers grew more pronounced. The air was thick with tension, each day bringing a new confrontation. The followers of Christ were met with hostility, accused of forsaking their heritage. "They seek to banish our gods," some shouted. "They want our children to forget the truth." The words dripped with venom, igniting the flames of conflict. In the midst of this chaos, the bishop gathered his courage and approached the dissenters. "Your gods are but phantoms," he proclaimed, his voice steady. "They cannot offer you the hope that comes from the true light." The crowd murmured, uncertainty flickering like the dying embers of a fire. Yet, as he spoke, the atmosphere shifted. The bishop's conviction inspired some, but it also stirred the anger of many who felt their very existence was under threat. The clash of faiths erupted one fateful evening under a blood-red sky, as the faithful gathered to celebrate a new feast day. It was a night of solemnity and fervor, but also of palpable dread. Suddenly, from the shadows emerged a figure, cloaked and mysterious. The air crackled with a different kind of energy as whispers filled the space. "You think you have banished us?" the figure hissed, eyes gleaming with otherworldly knowledge. "We will not go quietly into the night." Gasps filled the crowd as the figure transformed, revealing a haunting visage, a mix of beauty and terror. Panic ensued, and the faithful clutched each other, their hearts pounding. It was in that moment that they understood the depth of the struggle before them. It was not just a battle for their faith, but a confrontation with the very essence of their fears. In the following days, stories spread like wildfire. Night after night, people reported disturbances. Objects moved, voices echoed from the shadows, and nightmares crept into their sleep. The bishop dedicated himself to prayer and fasting, seeking guidance in the face of such terror. "Find strength in your faith," he urged his followers. These demons are but illusions, meant to ensnare your souls. Yet, as the sun set and darkness enveloped the land, doubt seeped back in. The line between the sacred and the profane blurred, and the old beliefs whispered seductively in the night. With every challenge, the demons of doubt grew stronger, feeding on fear, uncertainty, and the age-old struggle for the soul. The people found themselves at a crossroads. The promise of salvation burned bright, but the shadows of their past still loomed large, a constant reminder of the unseen battles being fought. Each soul was caught in the riptide of faith and fear, yearning for clarity but ensnared by the haunting presence of what once was. As they wrestled with their choices, the dawn of a new era loomed on the horizon, yet the night was far from over. The struggle was just beginning, and the threads of history twisted tightly, interweaving conflict and faith in a dance that would shape the ages to come. The streets of ancient Rome thrummed with life, a vibrant tapestry of merchants hawking their wares, citizens debating political matters, and children laughing as they chased one another near the Forum. But beneath this bustling exterior, a pervasive undercurrent of fear and hope twisted through the veins of the city. Beneath every stone, every shadow, lay a world of unseen forces, of omens and whispers that shaped the lives of all who called this mighty empire home. As daylight waned, the flickering torchlight cast eerie shadows on the marble columns, and an uneasy tension hung in the air. Julia, a young woman with raven hair and keen green eyes, stepped gingerly through the market. A sudden chill pricked at her skin, and she halted, feeling as if the very air had thickened around her. In the distance, a raven cawed sharply, a sound that sent shivers racing down her spine. The Romans believed that the call of a raven foretold misfortune. Julia recalled her mother's words, "A raven in flight signals a dark omen." The weight of superstition settled heavier on her shoulders as she clutched her satchel tighter. Everyday life in Rome was woven tightly with threads of belief in the supernatural. The augurs, priests skilled in interpreting the will of the gods, held great power. They observed the skies, the flight of birds, and the behavior of animals, all in search of signs. Their decisions could make or break political careers, influence military campaigns, and guide the rituals of the state. To ignore an augur's warning was to tempt fate, to dance perilously close to disaster. Julia's heart raced as she recalled the tale of a general who marched his troops into battle without consulting the signs. He returned a broken man, his army scattered like leaves in a storm. The streets bustled around her, yet Julia felt isolated, drawn into her thoughts. What if destiny was not merely a personal journey but a collective entanglement shaped by the unseen? The rituals held in the Temple of Jupiter loomed large in her mind. A flicker of candlelight ignited her imagination as she remembered the priests, dressed in white robes, their hands raised in supplication to the sky, seeking favor from the gods. But what if their efforts were in vain? What if, in the end, it was nothing more than a desperate dance with uncertainty? Even the simple act of stepping outside held peril. The Romans often avoided left turns, believing that the left side bore ill fortune. Julia stepped carefully, visualizing the path before her. With each right turn, she felt a strange sense of control over her fate. Her grandmother had told her of the evil eye, a curse believed to be cast by envious gazes. To protect herself from such misfortune, Julia wore a small amulet, its weight a comforting presence at her neck. The belief in the protective power of charms flowed through the city like a river, its currents shaping the lives of countless Romans. In the shadow of the grand temples, the city pulsated with secret fears and desires. There, under the watchful eyes of marble gods, citizens whispered their prayers, their dreams mingling with the incense that wafted through the air. Superstitions were not mere relics of old wives' tales, but the foundation upon which the Roman soul rested. The belief in the power of dreams held sway over many. It was common for people to seek interpretations of their nighttime visions, hoping for guidance or warning from the divine. Julia herself had once been fascinated by a dream of a great flood that swallowed the city. She had rushed to the temple, trembling, seeking a priest's insight. The priest had listened intently, his brow furrowed with the weight of his office. "Such visions are warnings," he had stated gravely, uttering incantations under his breath. Julia had left that day shaken, her mind swimming in a sea of uncertainty. What if her dreams were not merely figments of her imagination, but glimpses into a fate she could not escape? As night descended, the city transformed, and the shadows whispered secrets too dark to comprehend. A sudden crash echoed through the streets. A cart tipped over, spilling its contents. Gasps filled the air as people turned to witness the commotion, their hearts quickening. Rumors spread that the accident was an ill omen, a sign that the gods were displeased. Julia felt the crowd's tension, a collective anxiety rising like the tide, washing over her in waves. She knew that in times of crisis, people clung desperately to their beliefs, drawing strength from ancient traditions that promised protection and clarity. In homes across Rome, families gathered around flickering fires, sharing tales of their ancestors, of triumphs and tragedies steeped in superstition. They spoke of the Laras and Penates, household gods who guarded the family and their home. Each meal, each rite honored these spirits, ensuring the family's well-being. Failure to pay proper respect could invite disaster, a fire, illness, or worse. Julia remembered her own family's rituals, the small offerings of bread and wine left at the household shrine, each gesture a plea for safety and prosperity. But it was not just personal fate that hung in the balance. The very fabric of Roman society was interwoven with superstitions that dictated public life. Gladiators were scrutinized before they entered the arena, their futures judged by the movements of animals and the signs of the heavens. A favorable interpretation could mean glory, a negative one, certain death. Julia held her breath, imagining the tension that crackled through the crowds, the chants of the masses echoing in unison for their champion, intertwining with the weight of destiny and belief. As the night wore on, a sense of foreboding lingered in the air. Julia felt the tug of fear deep within her. What if the stories were true? What if the gods walked among them, their desires as capricious as the winds? Each echoing step through the stone streets felt like an echo of history, a reminder of the countless souls who had walked this very path, bound by the same fears and hopes that gripped her now. In that charged atmosphere, with the stars twinkling above like distant, watchful eyes, she couldn't shake the feeling that her own fate was somehow embroiled in the web of superstitions that defined Roman life. As she turned to leave the market, the chilling call of the raven echoed once more, a haunting reminder that the whispers of the past never truly fade away. They linger, urging the living to heed their lessons, to navigate the uncertain waters of fate with care and reverence. And as she stepped into the shadows, a new chapter beckoned, one intertwined with the very essence of belief and the ever-present specter of the unknown. The air was thick with the scent of incense, the flicker of lanterns casting dancing shadows across the cobbled streets. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the people of ancient Rome prepared for a celebration that blurred the lines between the living and the dead. Laughter echoed, mingling with whispers of prayers as sacrifices were made, and the spirits of ancestors were beckoned to join the living in merriment. This was no ordinary festival. It was a vivid tapestry of life and death, woven together with threads of belief, superstition, and rich tradition. Each year, the Romans marked the passing of seasons with festivals that honored gods and spirits alike. The most notable was the Ferie, a series of public holidays steeped in ritual, where families would gather to honor their ancestors, whom they believed lingered close by, ever watchful, ever guiding. The laughter of children and the hearty cheers of adults echoed through the streets, but beneath the revelry lay an undercurrent of reverence and fear. What if the spirits were not pleased? What if they returned, not with gifts but with vengeance? One of the most celebrated festivals was the Parentalia, which unfolded in February, a time dedicated to remembering the dead. Families would visit the tombs of their loved ones, laying wreaths of flowers and offering food. They spoke softly, sharing stories, inviting their ancestors to partake in the feast laid out before them. In that sacred moment, the boundary between the living and the dead faded, and the past surged forth to mingle with the present. The graves were adorned with petals, sweets, and wine, each offering a sweet enticement for the spirits to join in the celebration, to remember their legacy, and to ensure their continued protection. In contrast, the Lupercalia, held in mid-February, danced on the edge of chaos and release. This wild festival, rooted in ancient rites of fertility, erupted with the sounds of laughter and the pounding of hooves as young men, clad only in goat skins, raced through the streets, striking women with strips of hide. It was believed that this act could bestow fertility and cleanse the city of evil. The air crackled with exhilaration, where the fear of demons was matched only by the exhilaration of love and life. In that moment, all inhibitions fell away, and the Romans reveled in a primal connection to the forces that governed their world. As the spring equinox approached, the Ilaria brought a different kind of celebration. It marked the return of life and light, a time when the earth awakened, and the veil between worlds was at its thinnest. Clad in bright colors, the people danced and sang, rejoicing in the light that chased away the shadows. Amid the laughter and joy, a chilling reminder lingered. The spirits of the dead roamed the streets, and should they be neglected, they might unleash mischief or, worse yet, tragedy upon the townsfolk. The Romans danced not just in celebration but in hope, wishing to appease those who had come before them. Yet, with each festival came the ever-present specter of the unknown. The belief that demons lurked in the corners of their lives was ingrained in the Roman psyche. They feared malevolent spirits that could bring illness or calamity if not properly honored. The rituals were not merely acts of devotion but desperate attempts to stave off dark forces that threatened their very existence. Talismans hung from doorways, and offerings were slipped into the soil, all aimed at ensuring that the spirits remained benevolent. As night fell on such occasions, bonfires would light up the sky, their flames flickering like the spirits they sought to honor. The crackling of wood was like the whispers of the ancestors, urging the living to remember. Stories would be shared around these fires, tales of bravery, love, and tragedy, each story a thread connecting the past to the present. The air would grow tense with anticipation as ominous tales of vengeful spirits danced on the lips of elders. The fear of the unknown was palpable, wrapping around the crowd like a chilling fog, yet the warmth of the fire and the laughter of friends warded off the darkness. The rituals that marked these festivals were sacred and complex. Priests, dressed in elaborate garb, would lead the ceremonies, invoking the names of gods and spirits with fervent prayers. Their voices rose in the night, a chorus of hope and fear blending into the ancient air. They offered sacrifices, animals, grains, and wine, each drop poured out as a tribute to ensure a bountiful year ahead. Yet the spirits, they believed, were fickle. Their favor could be won with offerings, but just as easily lost in neglect or disrespect. The tension hung in the air, palpable and electric, a reminder of the razor's edge upon which their lives balanced. As the festivities reached their zenith, the atmosphere shifted, a blend of joy and trepidation. The drumming became frantic, the music a frenetic pulse that matched the heartbeat of Rome itself. The throng of people swelled, dancing with abandon, their bodies moving in synchrony as they sought to invoke the spirits of joy and protection. Yet, in the background, shadows loomed, reminders of what could happen if the spirits were angered. The air felt charged with electricity, a storm brewing just out of sight. The joyful screams of dancers blended with hushed whispers of caution, a reminder of the delicate balance between celebration and reverence. With each passing festival, the legacy of these rituals grew richer, binding the community together in a shared understanding of their place in the universe. The laughter and the fear were not opposites. They were two sides of the same coin, flipping through the air with every beat of the drum. The spirits were not just to be feared but celebrated, woven into the very fabric of Roman life, an acknowledgement that the past was never truly gone but always present, watching, guiding, and sometimes haunting. The night wore on, the festival carrying the crowd deeper into the embrace of the unknown. As the final embers of the bonfire glowed, the Romans clung to their memories, each moment a reminder that life and death are intertwined, a dance as old as time itself. The spirits lingered, their whispers a soft echo in the hearts of the people, reminding them that their legacy would continue, flickering like the firelight just beyond the horizon. In the shadowy corners of medieval towns, where flickering torches barely illuminated cobblestone streets, whispers curled through the air like smoke. Shadows danced in the flickering light, and the eyes of the townsfolk darted nervously, reflecting the fear that clung to their skin like a second layer. It was a fear that had grown over centuries, rooted in the very soil of their existence. The lingering presence of Roman demons, entities once worshipped and feared in ancient times, had seeped into the fabric of their lives, haunting their dreams and twisting their realities. The influence of these ancient spirits stretched its fingers across the ages, wrapping around the hearts of the people. In the dim light of church interiors, the solemn prayers of priests battled against the ominous echoes of forgotten rites. While the faithful sought solace in the promise of salvation, they remained oblivious to the lurking darkness that slithered through the cracks of their faith. The Roman demons, once venerated in temples and now banished to the shadows, had found new homes in the minds and fears of the populace. As the church bells tolled, marking the passage of time, villagers spoke in hushed tones about the malevolent spirits. They warned of the vengeful shade of a long-forgotten deity, whose wrath could strike down the unworthy at a moment's notice. Families locked their doors tight by night, crafting charms of garlic and salt to ward off unseen presences. Every unexpected howl of wind was a reminder that something sinister lurked just beyond the veil of their understanding. In the village square, children played, their laughter echoing against stone walls. Yet, even their innocent glee could not drown out the stories that wove through the community. A tale of an ancient Roman demon who sought to reclaim its lost power. The specter of this demon, believed to be a remnant of the past, stirred in the imaginations of the young and the old alike. They spoke of its fiery eyes, its commanding presence, and the terror it instilled in all who crossed its path. The elders warned of the sacrifices once made to appease such creatures, sacrifices that had now become mere folklore, cloaked in the dim light of history. The church, a sanctuary meant to protect, became a battlefield where the clash of beliefs raged. Some clung fiercely to the teachings of Christ, casting out the old ways like so much refuse. But there were others, those with ties to the ancient soil, who still felt the pull of the past. They spoke to the spirits, offering whispers of respect to the demons, seeking their favor in desperate times. To them, these beings were not wholly evil but misunderstood entities with their own desires and grievances. In the flickering light of a midnight gathering, a hooded figure stood before a fire, the flames reflecting in their eyes. They chanted the names of long-forgotten gods, invoking their power in a rite that had not been performed for generations. Those who gathered were entranced, caught between the thrill of the unknown and the weight of tradition. The air crackled with energy, thick with tension as the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred. But as the chant reached its crescendo, the ground trembled beneath them. Gasps filled the air, mixing with the smoke of the fire, creating an atmosphere of both dread and exhilaration. It was then that the first shadow emerged, unfurling like a dark cloak, its form indistinguishable from the night. The crowd fell silent, their hearts racing, as an ancient presence gripped their souls. The Roman demon had awakened, its influence no longer a memory, but a visceral reality that threatened to consume them all. In the days that followed, the village was gripped by an unshakable unease. Livestock became restless, children began to vanish, and the once harmonious village fell into chaos. The locals, desperate for answers, turned to the church, seeking guidance from their priests. But the clergy, too, were shaken. The rituals meant to cleanse and protect felt feeble against the ancient tide that was rising again. Prayers turned to frantic pleas as the villagers felt the weight of their history pressing down on them. Nightmares plagued their sleep, visions of shadowy figures lurking just beyond their doorways. They saw shapes darting across the fields, heard whispers carried by the wind. Every rustle of leaves became a portent, a reminder that something sinister was stirring. The influence of the Roman demons was palpable, a thick fog that seeped into their bones, reminding them that the past was not as far behind as they had once believed. As the moon hung heavy in the sky, a gathering took place within the church, the sanctuary lit with candles and desperation. The priest, pale and trembling, sought to perform an exorcism, a ritual meant to expel the darkness that had taken root. The air crackled with anticipation as the congregation held its breath, fear and hope intertwined. But as the priest lifted the holy relics, a chilling laugh echoed within the stone walls, a sound that seemed to resonate from the very depths of the earth. The walls shook, and the candles flickered wildly, casting eerie shadows that danced in a macabre waltz. It was a reminder that the Roman demons had not just been relegated to history. They still held sway over the lives and fears of the people. The exorcism failed, leaving behind a silence that was deafening. The villagers felt the cold breath of ancient spirits against their necks, a reminder that the past could not simply be forgotten. In the following days, fear transformed into a primal urge for survival. The boundaries between believers and non-believers shattered, and the villagers began to hunt for the demon that haunted their nights. Some sought to confront it, driven by anger and a thirst for power. Others turned inward, praying for protection while grappling with guilt over the long-forgotten sacrifices made to appease the spirits. Tension crackled in the air like electricity, each person haunted by the lingering memory of the past. As the nights grew darker and the shadows longer, the villagers knew they could not escape their history. The influence of the Roman demons lingered like a specter, refusing to release its grip. The town had become a fragile battleground where the ancient and the new collided, a haunting reminder that even in the face of faith, the demons of the past would not be so easily laid to rest. Beneath the ancient stones of Britain, where the whispers of the past echo through the fog, there existed a world of shadows, a world where Roman demons danced on the fringes of reality. It was a time when the very air vibrated with the clash of cultures, where the proud legions of Rome met the fierce spirits of the Celtic tribes, and the clash was not just of arms but of beliefs, fears, and the supernatural. In the bustling streets of Londinium, the heart of Roman Britain, a soldier named Marcus strode with purpose. His armor gleamed in the dim light, but beneath the surface, he felt a chill that no sword could fend off. Rumors of demons, specters of the old days, whispered through the marketplaces, carried by the wind like distant thunder. Some dismissed them as mere tales, while others, gripped by the stories, cast wary glances over their shoulders. It was said that these beings, remnants of a time long gone, roamed the earth, seeking vengeance or solace, their forms twisting in the shadows. Not far from Londinium, in the lush greenery of the countryside, a druidess named Aine gathered her people under the sacred oak. With her long, flowing hair and piercing green eyes, she embodied the spirit of the ancient world. As she spoke of the land's protectors, the spirits that thrived in the glens and streams, the air crackled with energy. Her words wove a tapestry of fear and respect for the unseen forces that roamed the night. There was a palpable tension between her people and the new Roman rule, a divide deepened by the presence of these supposed demons. Stories of the Puck, a mischievous spirit, spread like wildfire. The Romans found themselves entranced by the tales of a creature that could shapeshift, causing havoc among the military ranks. Soldiers reported seeing faint figures flitting through the forests, laughter echoing behind them, only to find themselves lost in a maze of trees. The Romans, practical and grounded, felt their resolve waver as the ancient magic of the land seeped into their dreams, making them question their own power. In a dimly lit tavern in the heart of the city, Marcus met Aine for the first time. The air was thick with smoke and the sound of clinking mugs. Aine's laughter rang out, bright and clear, drawing Marcus in like a moth to a flame. She spoke of the land, of the spirits that watched over them, her words like honey, sweet yet heavy with an ancient weight. Marcus shared stories of Roman gods, his voice tinged with uncertainty, as if he were trying to convince himself of their might. The two worlds collided in that moment, as laughter turned to tension, and the demons lurking in the shadows grew restless. That very night, as the moon hung high and full, shadows crept through the forest. An unearthly howl pierced the silence, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Ain felt it deep within her bones. The spirits were restless. She gathered her people, urging them to light the sacred fires and sing songs of protection. Meanwhile, in Londinium, Marcus and his fellow soldiers were deployed to investigate the disturbances, their hearts pounding with a mix of excitement and dread. As they marched into the woods, the atmosphere shifted. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches twisting like fingers ready to grasp the unwary. The air crackled with whispers, echoing the legends of the past. A feeling of foreboding hung thick, and as they reached a clearing, the soldiers found themselves surrounded by ethereal figures, shimmering and translucent. The demons of Roman mythology, once dismissed as mere tales, stood before them. A mix of Roman and Celtic forms, each twisted into something otherworldly. The soldiers stumbled back, their courage faltering. Marcus gripped his sword tightly, but it felt useless against the gambling shapes. Glowing eyes stared back at him, igniting a primal fear that coursed through his veins. He recalled the tales of deceit, of spirits that preyed on the weaknesses of men. Ain, sensing the soldiers' terror, stepped forward, her voice steady, calling on the strength of her ancestors. She raised her arms, invoking the spirits to reveal their true intentions. In that charged moment, history hung in the balance. The demons halted, their forms shifting as if they were caught between realms. They were not the vengeful entities of destruction, but rather echoes of a time when the land was alive with magic and belief. Marcus felt a strange pull, a connection that transcended the fears of his upbringing. Ain's voice was the bridge, knitting together the Roman spirit with the Celtic heart. The clash of cultures became an intricate dance, a slow, heartbeat rhythm of war drums and ancient chants. As the moonlight illuminated the clearing, the demons began to reveal themselves, not as harbingers of doom, but as guardians of tradition and memory. Each spirit told a story, weaving a complex narrative of love, loss, and the eternal struggle for identity. With each tale, Marcus felt his heart soften. The fear that once gripped him began to ebb, replaced by an understanding that these beings were not there to destroy, but to remind humanity of its roots, of the ancient pact between the earth and its people. The boundaries between cultures blurred, creating an intricate tapestry of shared history, each thread vibrant with emotion. As dawn began to break, illuminating the clearing with golden light, the spirits faded like mist, leaving behind a silence filled with the weight of words unspoken. The soldiers and the druids stood together, united by a shared experience that would echo through the ages. The demons may have retreated into the shadows, but their presence lingered, a reminder that the past is never truly gone. It waits, woven into the very fabric of the land, ready to awaken again when the time is right. And as the sun rose, casting long shadows across the earth, Marcus and Ain exchanged a glance that held the promise of a new beginning. The stories would continue, a testament to the intertwining of cultures, a melody of ancient spirits that would resonate in the hearts of those who dared to listen. And so, the cycle continued, whispers of the Roman demons echoing in the mist, waiting for the next encounter that would bridge the chasm between worlds. The air thickened with an uneasy tension as night fell over the ancient villages nestled in the shadow of the great Germanic forests. Flickering flames from ritual bonfires danced like restless spirits, casting eerie shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of a forgotten past. Villagers huddled together, their hearts pounding in an unspoken fear, for the stories of the old, of demons once feared in the Roman world, had begun to seep into their own. In this twilight hour, the line between reality and myth blurred, and the people recalled the tales that had been passed down through generations. Roman soldiers, once the mightiest of conquerors, had brought with them not only weapons but also dark legends that took root in the fertile soil of Germanic belief. The demons they spoke of, shadows that lurked in the corners of the night, were not merely phantoms. They morphed into grotesque forms, taking on the terrors of the woods, the rivers, and the very depths of human fear. As the wind howled through the trees, it whispered the names of these ancient spirits: the lemurs, who haunted the living; the larvae, who preyed on the fearful; and the vengeful manes, the souls of the dead who refused to rest. Each name sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to speak them aloud. It was said that the very essence of these demons had twisted and transformed, absorbing the fears and beliefs of the Germanic tribes, evolving into something far more terrifying. The villagers could feel the presence of these entities even as they gathered their offerings, bread, wine, and tokens of good fortune, hoping to appease these spirits. Their hands trembled as they placed the items upon makeshift altars, each offering a plea for protection and favor. The flames flickered higher, almost as if responding to their fears, casting a warm glow that did little to soothe the creeping dread. Around the fire, elders recited stories of the demons that now roamed the woods, their forms taking shape from the nightmares of the people. There was the old tale of the Vettar, spirits of the land who had once been protectors but turned malevolent under the weight of human greed. They whispered to the trees, wrapped their tendrils around the unsuspecting, and lured wanderers into the depths of the forest to never return. Then there were the stories of the Dazur, protectors turned vengeful, their forms twisted into monstrous reflections of their former benevolence. They embodied the very essence of fate, often cursing those who dared to challenge the old ways. The villagers' hearts raced as the stories unfolded, each word igniting their imaginations, conjuring images of shadowy figures lurking just beyond the firelight. In this nightly ritual of storytelling, the villagers also spoke of the unseen powers that blended Roman fears with their own ancient beliefs. The fear of the unknown intertwined seamlessly with the mythos of the Roman demons. Their minds conjured images of the restless spirits that now wore the faces of their ancestors, seeking retribution for the wrongs done to them in life. The traditional Roman demons became something far more personal, haunting them not just from the old tales but from their very own lineage. A chilling breeze swept through the gathering, causing the flames to sputter and hiss. It was as if nature itself sensed their fear, pushing them closer to the fire as protective spirits of old cried out in warning. Children, wide-eyed with fright, clutched their mothers, seeking solace in the embrace of warmth and love, oblivious to the deeper connection between their lineage and the ancient entities they now faced. As the stories of transformation unfolded, a palpable tension lingered in the air. The villagers began to wonder if the demons had changed them as well. Had their own fears morphed into something darker, something that now haunted their very existence? The realization struck them like a bolt of lightning. These were not just tales of ancient spirits but reflections of their own struggles, their own battles with the shadows that loomed over their lives. Around the fire, voices rose and fell in a haunting cadence, weaving a tapestry of fear and reverence. The elders spoke of the times when the boundaries between the living and the dead were thin, when rituals needed to be performed to keep the demons at bay. They recounted the nightmarish tales of those who had wandered too far from safety, lured by promises of fortune, only to find themselves ensnared in the clutches of malevolent spirits. And then there was the chilling story of a young boy, once bright and full of life, who had ventured into the woods and returned changed, a shell of his former self. His laughter had been replaced by a haunted stare, and the villagers whispered that the Vettar had claimed him as one of their own. The fear of losing their children to the darkness gripped their hearts, tightening like a vice as they clung to one another, desperate for reassurance. Night deepened, and the fire's glow flickered like the fading hope of the villagers. Eyes darted into the darkness, searching for signs of the demons they believed were watching, waiting for their moment to strike. Just outside the reach of the flames, rustling leaves hinted at movement, and the villagers held their breath, hearts pounding in unison. But amidst the fear, there was a rising anger, a fury against the unseen forces that threatened their very existence. They yearned to reclaim their land, their traditions, and their right to live without the shadow of terror looming over them. This anger began to breed new stories, tales of warriors who would rise against the darkness, who would confront the demons that had infiltrated their lives and challenge them for the souls of their kin. As the fire crackled and popped, echoing the villagers' resolve, the transformation of these Roman demons into something uniquely Germanic became clear. They were no longer just shadows of an empire long gone. They were woven into the fabric of their lives, symbols of the struggle between fear and defiance. The night stretched on, thick with tension and unspoken promises, as the villagers steeled themselves for the battles ahead. Behind the line of trees, where the darkness loomed deepest, something stirred. The very essence of the ancient demons was alive, breathing, and watching. The villagers felt their gaze, a chilling reminder that the transformation was far from complete. As they gathered their courage and looked to the night, the echoes of their ancestors whispered through the trees, urging them to remember, to fight, and to reclaim what had been lost. The tension hung thick in the air, a promise of confrontation that would shake the very foundations of their world. Beneath the weight of history lies a shadowy landscape where once revered figures now cower under the cruel light of judgment. The air is thick with whispers, where the echoes of ancient glories twist and turn, morphing into something sinister. The heroes of yesteryears, steeped in valor and virtue, now find themselves painted with the broad brushstrokes of villainy, as the relentless tide of time reshapes their legacies into monstrous forms. Take Achilles, the legendary warrior of the Trojan War, a figure once celebrated for his unmatched strength and bravery. Stories sang of his invincibility, of a man who could shatter armies with a single blow. Yet, beneath that golden sheen lies a darker truth. His wrath, fueled by a singular obsession with honor, led him to commit acts of unspeakable cruelty, including the brutal desecration of Hector's body. What was once heroism now recalls a haunting tale of rage and revenge, turning a once noble champion into a tragic figure, consumed by his own demons. Then there was Alexander the Great, a name that once inspired fear and admiration across continents. His conquests reshaped the world, but the bloodshed that paved his path was staggering. Cities burned, lives were shattered, and entire cultures erased. The ghost of a young man, fearless yet ruthless, looms large. Time strips away the gilded accolades, revealing the monstrous nature behind his unstoppable drive. The very empire he built would eventually crumble, leaving behind a legacy tainted by destruction and tyranny, casting a long, dark shadow over the glory he earned. And what of Julius Caesar? A name that rings with power, ambition, and the promise of greatness. Yet, behind the laurel wreath and the accolades lies a figure who, in his quest for supremacy, betrayed friends and allies alike. His rise to power was paved with the blood of the innocent, and the Ides of March transformed him from a celebrated leader into a specter of betrayal. History remembers him with reverence, but what of the fear he instilled in those who crossed his path? His ghost now walks the streets of Rome, a reminder of the fine line between greatness and monstrosity. Even legendary figures like Cleopatra, the enchanting queen of Egypt, have not escaped the clutches of this transformation. Once seen as a masterful diplomat and strategist, her story is often tainted by the lens of lust and betrayal. Her alliances, forged through love and seduction, are reinterpreted as manipulations, her beauty overshadowed by the cunning that kept her on the throne. In the end, her tragic demise, marked by defeat and despair, casts her as both a victim and a villain, a twist of fate that turns her allure into a tale of treachery. The echoes of these figures ripple through history, resonating in the hearts of those who dare to look deeper. As ages pass and cultures shift, the noble stories once told shift into cautionary tales. The gods themselves become weary of their creations, watching as humanity wrestles with the duality of existence. Each act of heroism carries the burden of potential monstrosity, leaving a haunting reminder that even the mightiest can fall. The pendulum swings, and as it does, the lens of morality shifts. Societies redefine what it means to be a hero, often casting aside the complexities that make these figures human. With every retelling, every dramatic reinterpretation, the line between hero and monster blurs further. The modern world feasts on simplicity, craving clear distinctions of good and evil, yet history offers none. Instead, it serves a banquet of contradictions, where the most celebrated figures become the very embodiments of our deepest fears. Each retelling of these ancient stories stirs the emotions, igniting a fire that burns brightly in the hearts of the audience. The thrill of battle, the pang of betrayal, the ache of loss, all woven into the fabric of their narratives. But lurking beneath the surface is a tension that refuses to be quelled. As the once heroic figures tumble from their pedestals, they drag with them the weight of our own expectations, leaving behind a trail of disillusionment. Is it possible to celebrate greatness while acknowledging the darkness that often accompanies it? The voices of the past call out, their echoes mingling with the present. They remind us that in every hero's tale lies the potential for tragedy. The demons that haunt these figures are not mere embellishments. They are reflective of our own struggles, our own battles with the shadows that linger just out of sight. This cycle of demonization continues to unfold, weighty and unyielding. New generations cling to the stories of these figures, desperate to find meaning in the chaos of existence. Yet the heroes, once shining brightly in the annals of history, now cast long shadows, their once illustrious deeds marred by the passage of time. The allure of their greatness is tainted by the understanding of their flaws, a duality that leaves a lingering question. Who will we choose to remember when the dust of time has settled? As the tales of these figures continue to evolve, the tension remains palpable. The narratives shift, morphing into new interpretations that speak to modern sensibilities. Yet the essence of human nature, with its capacity for both greatness and horror, remains unchanged. And as the stories of the past weave into the present, the cycle of heroism and monstrosity spins on, an endless dance that keeps the heart racing and the mind questioning. History is not a simple tale of heroes and villains. It is a tapestry woven with threads of both, creating an intricate portrait of what it means to be human. And as the past reaches out into the present, it beckons us to confront our own demons, to recognize that within each of us lies the potential for both light and dark. The narrative does not end here. It transforms, inviting us into the next chapter, where the echoes of antiquity continue to resonate, leaving us breathless, yearning for more. It was a chilly evening in Florence, the twilight casting long shadows over the cobblestones. A lone figure moved through the narrow streets, clutching a tattered scroll filled with sketches and illegible notes. His breath hung in the air, a misty fog that seemed to carry whispers of ancient worlds. The sun had dipped below the horizon, but the glow of creativity and chaos lingered, a testament to the fervent energy of the Renaissance. Little did he know, the shadows he walked among were not merely reflections of the past, but spirits of a time that had influenced his every stroke of the brush. The Renaissance was a rebirth of ideas, a time when humanity sought to grasp the stars while wrestling with the demons of its own making. The echoes of Roman demons, those malevolent, mischievous entities born of ancient mythology, still resonated in the minds of artists and writers. These figures, often portrayed as grotesque and terrifying, were more than mere folklore. They were symbols of human fear, struggle, and the dark side of ambition. Their influence was woven into the very fabric of the art and literature that flourished during this vibrant period. Take, for instance, the powerful paintings of Hieronymus Bosch. His works, alive with chaos and surreal imagery, were haunted by Roman demons that danced on the edges of sanity. The Temptation of St. Anthony showed the artist's fascination with the grotesque and the uncanny. Here, demons twisted and writhed, their faces contorted in expressions of malice and glee. They gripped the viewer's attention, pulling them into a dark world where sin and virtue battled for the soul. It was as if Bosch had captured the very essence of those ancient fears, channeling them into a vivid tableau that resonated with the inner turmoil of humanity. Meanwhile, in the realm of literature, the influence of Roman demons seeped into the writings of poets and playwrights. The works of Dante Alighieri, with his vivid depictions of hell in the Divine Comedy, drew heavily from the depths of Roman mythology. The demons within his Inferno were not merely punishers but reflections of the societal anxieties of the time. They were embodiments of guilt, fear, and the darker facets of human nature, inviting readers to confront their own moral dilemmas. Dante's journey through the infernal landscape was a mirror, revealing the demons that lurked not only in the afterlife but in the hearts of the living. As the Renaissance unfolded, the fascination with these demons morphed from mere representation to a source of inspiration. artists like Michelangelo found themselves grappling with the duality of human existence. The mighty figures carved from marble were often pitted against the demons of their own psyche. In works such as The Last Judgment, the battle between good and evil played out in a grand spectacle. The demons were not just tormentors. They were a reminder of the struggles within, urging viewers to question their own choices and beliefs. The very essence of these Roman demons was a catalyst for artists and writers to confront their fears and uncertainties. The tension between creation and destruction pulsed through their work, leaving audiences breathless. In the dark corners of the human experience, where desires twisted and morality blurred, these demons thrived. They became symbols of the struggles of the time, rebellion against authority, the search for meaning, and the relentless quest for beauty in a world filled with chaos. The allure of the demonic took hold of the imaginations of many, leading to a surge in creativity that defied the conventions of the day. The playwright Christopher Marlowe, with his tragic hero Faust, explored the depths of ambition and the consequences of daring to reach beyond the mortal realm. Faust's pact with the devil, reminiscent of Roman tales, struck a chord with audiences grappling with their own aspirations and fears. The demons that lurked in the shadows of his story were not just mythical. They were the manifestations of human desire, reflecting a sentiment that resonated deeply with the soul. Yet, it was not merely the malevolence of these demons that captivated minds. It was also their complexity. They represented the multifaceted nature of humanity, the duality of existence that lay within every individual. In the works of William Shakespeare, the influence of Roman demons lingered like an ever-present specter. In Macbeth, the witches acted as harbingers of doom, provoking the characters to confront their deepest desires and darkest fears. The line between ambition and madness blurred, and the demons that emerged were those of guilt and paranoia, haunting the characters and the audience alike. As the Renaissance reached its zenith, the legacy of Roman demons transformed into an enduring motif that transcended the boundaries of art and literature. They appeared in the works of lesser-known artists, each interpreting the dark themes in their unique styles. The demons became personal, a reflection of the struggles faced by the individual, and as such, they carved a place in the human heart. Every brushstroke, every penned word, was a testament to the fact that these demons were not just tales to scare children but echoes of the very essence of existence. In the dimly lit corners of studios and libraries, whispers of the past intertwined with the present. The artists and writers were acutely aware of the legacy they inherited, their creations echoing with the laughter and lamentations of ancient spirits. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the cobblestones, the figure with the tattered scroll moved on, driven by the promise of inspiration, unaware of the demons that still roamed the streets of the Renaissance, waiting to find a new voice in the art and literature yet to be born. The tension was palpable as he stepped deeper into the night, the very fabric of creation alive with the pulse of history, as the spirits of the past beckoned him ever forward, their stories yearning to be told once more. The air was thick with the scent of spices, a fragrant haze that enveloped the bustling marketplace of Ephesus. Merchants shouted their prices, their voices mingling with the laughter of children and the muffled prayers of worshippers heading to the temple of Artemis. Yet, beneath this vibrant tapestry of life, an unseen current stirred, whispers of darkness that traveled along the very trade routes that brought silk and wine. In the shadows of the Grand Port, a group of traders huddled close, their eyes darting furtively. They spoke in hushed tones about an unsettling tale that had begun to circulate among them. A tale of demons, spirits unleashed upon the world, thriving not just in the haunted alleys of Rome but now spreading like wildfire through the vast network of commerce. As they exchanged goods and stories, they unknowingly wove a tapestry of fear that would echo far beyond the Mediterranean. One particularly sinister account caught hold of their imaginations. It was said that a merchant, returning from the distant lands of the East, had brought back a strange artifact, a small, intricately carved figure, its eyes seeming to glimmer with an otherworldly light. He claimed it was a talisman, granting protection against the very demons that haunted the night. But on his journey home, misfortune struck. His ship was battered by storms, and when he finally reached port, he was a shadow of his former self, eyes hollow, murmuring incoherently about creatures lurking in the dark. Rumors spread like wildfire. The talisman was cursed, and its malevolent energy seeped into the lives of anyone who dared to possess it. In Rome, the Senate debated the growing influence of superstition. Senators, draped in their togas, whispered about how the tales of demons were poisoning the minds of the people. Yet, they could not deny the power of fear. It was a tool, and they wielded it skillfully. As trade routes expanded, so did the stories of the supernatural. A blend of Greek myth, Eastern mysticism, and local folklore began to merge, creating a rich tapestry of terror and intrigue. Each new port of call, each exchange of goods, seemed to breathe life into ancient fears. In the flickering light of a tavern, a group of soldiers exchanged tales over cups of wine, their laughter barely masking the tension that hung in the air. They spoke of strange occurrences: livestock found slaughtered at the edge of towns, shadows moving without owners, whispers that echoed through the night. A soldier recounted his encounter with an old woman in Gaul, who had cursed him for stealing an apple from her cart. He claimed her eyes glowed like embers, and from that day on, he swore he could feel the weight of her malice tracking him. The soldiers laughed nervously, but deep down, they knew something was amiss. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the cobblestone streets, a chill crept through the alleys of Rome. A woman, her heart pounding in her chest, hurried home from the marketplace. She had heard the rumors, the stories that twisted like ivy around the minds of her neighbors. Children were not just disappearing. They were being taken by demons, or so the whispers said. She clutched her daughter's hand tightly, glancing over her shoulder, convinced that something lurked just out of sight. The trade routes, once threads of commerce, became highways for fear. Merchants carrying silks from the east also carried tales of jinn, beings of smoke and shadow that haunted the dreams of the unwary. These stories wrapped around the minds of listeners, intertwining with their own fears, feeding a growing paranoia. The very act of trade, the exchange of goods and ideas, became a conduit for the spread of demonology. Each merchant who passed through a new city brought with him a share of terror that settled like dust on the streets. In Alexandria, a scholar pored over scrolls, searching for truth amidst the chaos. He had become obsessed with the dreams that plagued him, dreams of figures that beckoned from the edges of his mind. He wrote feverishly, piecing together fragments of the tales whispered in taverns and marketplaces. But with each sentence, the darkness seeped deeper into his soul. He began to see demons in the shadows of his study, their forms twisted and grotesque, their laughter echoing in his ears. His mind, once a sanctuary of knowledge, became a battleground for the very demons he sought to understand. In a distant village, a priestess gathered the townsfolk to perform a ritual meant to ward off the encroaching darkness. With trembling hands, she lit candles and called upon the gods to protect them from the demons that had begun to infiltrate their dreams. But as the flickering light danced around the room, her heart sank. She could feel a presence, an unseen force lurking just beyond the circle. The villagers, eyes wide with fear, clutched their children close, their breaths shallow as they felt the weight of something ancient and malevolent pressing against them. The stories continued to travel the trade routes, morphing and shifting. A simple tale of a cursed artifact became a nightmarish saga of possession and sacrifice. Each retelling added layers of dread, fanning the flames of hysteria. Merchants who had once dealt in goods now found themselves trading in fear. Their wares no longer just spices and textiles, but also the dark tales that captured the hearts of their customers. The borders of reason began to blur. As night fell in the bustling streets of Rome, a group of women gathered around a fire, sharing their own encounters with the supernatural. One spoke of a night when a figure appeared at her window, a creature with eyes like burning coals. She trembled as she recounted how it whispered her name, promising power in exchange for her soul. The others listened, entranced, the shadows of the night wrapping around them like a shroud. They were terrified, yet exhilarated, each story a thread, weaving a spell over the gathering. In this world of trade and terror, the demons grew bolder, their influence creeping through the cracks of civilization. The very fabric of society began to fray, as fear gnawed at the edges of reason, leaving behind a chilling reminder that some stories never truly end. They simply wait for the right moment to come alive once more, under the flickering light of a candle, in the whispered secrets exchanged between strangers, in the darkness that looms ever closer. The flickering candlelight danced on the walls of a dimly lit study, illuminating the faces of men lost in thought, their brows furrowed, eyes bright with fervor. Books piled high, worn maps scattered across the table, and the scent of aged parchment hung thick in the air. This was no ordinary gathering. It was a revival, a spark of ancient flames rekindling in the hearts of those who longed for meaning beyond their industrialized lives. The 19th century, with its relentless march of progress, found itself shadowed by a haunting allure: the beliefs, gods, and grandeur of ancient Rome. Amidst the clamor of factories and the industrial noise, whispers floated through the air, carrying the weight of long-lost stories. The likes of Edward Gibbon and John Henry Newman, driven by fascination, began to sift through the ruins of the past. They sought not only knowledge but also solace in the familiar rhythms of ancient rituals and the stoic wisdom of Roman philosophers. In their minds, the echoes of Rome's grandeur stirred emotions that had long been buried beneath the rubble of modernity. In vibrant salons of Paris, artists and thinkers convened, their discussions crackling with excitement. They were captivated by the ancient pantheon, drawing inspiration from the powerful gods and goddesses who once ruled the world. To them, Mars was not just a god of war. He embodied the struggle and resilience they felt in their own lives. Venus was not merely a symbol of love. She represented the beauty and passion that flickered beneath their austere exteriors. Every mention of Roman mythology set hearts racing, igniting imaginations that had grown weary in the face of machines and factories. As the pages of history turned, a surge of interest blossomed, with archaeological discoveries unearthing the remnants of Roman civilization. Curiosity swelled. Pompeii, buried beneath volcanic ash, emerged like a ghost from the depths of time. It was as if the past reached out with a trembling hand, beckoning the living to understand its rich tapestry of life. The vibrant frescoes, the delicate pottery, and the remnants of daily life painted a picture so vivid that it sent shivers down the spine. Scholars flocked to these sites, documenting their findings, their hearts pounding with the thrill of connecting with a world that had vanished yet felt so achingly close. Among them was a young artist named Marie, whose soul ached for connection. She stood before a mural in a grand Roman villa, the colors still vibrant, the figures almost alive. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she traced the contours of a woman's face, a priestess offering a sacrifice to the gods. In that moment, she felt an inexplicable bond, as if the spirit of the ancients enveloped her. The passions, the rituals, the joys and sorrows danced like shadows around her, tugging at the strings of her heart. Marie knew she was not just reproducing art. She was breathing life into history, bringing forth emotions that transcended time. Meanwhile, in the hallowed halls of academia, the great minds of the age pondered the implications of their discoveries. Thomas Carlyle ruminated on the significance of history, while Ralph Waldo Emerson wove threads of ancient thought into the fabric of transcendentalism. They saw the resurgence of ancient Rome not merely as a revival of old beliefs, but as a clarion call to reclaim lost values. A yearning for virtue, honor, and wisdom. The notion of civic duty, once championed by the Romans, echoed through their writings, urging a society on the brink of moral decay to rise and embrace the virtues of its ancestors. In this tumultuous landscape, the struggle between ancient ideals and modern reality intensified. The echoes of Rome resonated in politics, as nationalist movements sought to draw strength from the past. The Roman Republic, with its democratic ideals and civic participation, became a blueprint for aspiring nations. Inspired leaders invoked the spirit of ancient Rome, hoping to unify their people under a banner that promised strength and dignity. The tension swelled like a storm gathering on the horizon, each clash of ideologies bringing forth a surge of emotions: fervor, hope, and fear. As the century progressed, The deep yearning for connection led to unexpected places. Theosophists and occultists began to weave Roman symbols into their practices, turning to the ancient gods not just as myths but as guides for spiritual awakening. Rituals were performed in candlelit rooms, invoking the names of Jupiter and Juno, seeking wisdom and protection in a world that felt increasingly chaotic. This resurgence was not merely academic. It was visceral, a pulsing heartbeat that resonated through the very fabric of society. Gothic novels, infused with references to Roman legends, became a sensation across the continent. Writers like Mary Shelley and Bram Stoker intertwined shivers of horror with the grandeur of antiquity, exploring themes of immortality and the supernatural through the lens of Roman stories. The past was not just a backdrop. It was an active force, stirring emotions of dread and longing. Readers, transfixed by the ancients' grip, felt a connection with the characters that transcended time, reminding them of their own mortality and desire for something greater. In the streets of Rome itself, artists painted grand murals that echoed the past, reminding locals and tourists alike of their rich heritage. Enthusiastic crowds gathered to witness reenactments of ancient rituals, their hearts pounding with excitement as they witnessed the very essence of their ancestors come alive before their eyes. Each cheer, each gasp, each shared glance bound them together, a tapestry of humanity woven with threads of history and emotion. Reminders that the past was not just a series of events but a living, breathing part of who they were. And so, the resurgence of interest in ancient Roman beliefs in the 19th century was a tumultuous symphony of passion and longing, a dance of shadows and light. It gripped the hearts of poets, artists, and philosophers alike. Each heartbeat echoed the pulse of an ancient time, urging them to seek solace in the echoes of a civilization that, despite its fall, continued to inspire generations. The flickering candlelight in that study was a testament to the fire of belief, illuminating paths that would lead to new revelations, new understandings, and a relentless quest for meaning amidst the chaos of modernity. As the dust of history settled, the pages of this chapter were still being written. The 19th century was not an end but a beginning, a doorway opening wide, inviting the world to step into the embrace of ancient wisdom. The stories of Rome were far from over. They would continue to weave their way through the hearts of the people, shaping their futures, igniting their passions, and connecting them to the very essence of what it meant to be human. The journey, fraught with tension and emotion, was just beginning, each heartbeat resonating with the promise of more to come. In a small, mist-covered village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, the whispers of old legends echoed through the air like the haunting notes of a forgotten song. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones of a creature that roamed the shadowy woods, a demon born from the fears and dreams of the people. This demon, known only as the Gloom Shroud, was said to steal the breath of those who ventured too close to the tree line at dusk, leaving behind only an icy chill and an overwhelming sense of dread. Every region has its own demons, creatures that reflect the collective fears and stories of the people. In Japan, the vengeful Yurei drifts through the fog, mourning its unfulfilled life, a ghostly figure clad in white. The sorrow of its existence is palpable, stirring unease in the hearts of those who dare to witness its mournful wail. The Yurei is more than a mere figment. It serves as a reminder of unresolved issues and the weight of familial duties. Every house in Japan has a small altar, a token of respect placed at the feet of the Yurei, showing that even the most fearsome entities deserve acknowledgement. In the arid deserts of the American Southwest, tales of the skinwalker send shivers down the spines of those familiar with the lore. This shape-shifting demon, born from Navajo witchcraft, is said to take on the form of various animals, using its cunning and speed to stalk its prey. The legend warns against those who dare to speak the name, lest they invite the dark magic that comes with it. Children are told to stay close, for when the sun dips below the horizon, the howling winds carry whispers of the skinwalker, a reminder that the true horrors lie not in the dark, but in the shadows of our own fears. Across the ocean in Eastern Europe, the stories of the Strigoi emerge from the mists of time, entwined with the very fabric of the land. These restless spirits, often depicted as the undead, wander the night, seeking revenge on those who wronged them in life. Villagers would scatter garlic and salt around their homes, casting protective spells as they slept, while others would insist on burying their dead face down, ensuring that the strigoi would not rise to terrorize them. The fear of the strigoi serves as a haunting reminder of unresolved conflicts and the lengths one might go to achieve peace, no matter how illusory. In the forests of Scandinavia, tales of the huldra shift like the very trees, a beautiful woman with a cow's tail, luring men into the depths of the woods. With a voice like honey and a smile that could melt the iciest heart, she is both a siren and a demon, embodying the dual nature of desire and danger. Many a traveler has been lost to her charm, never to return. Her legend warns not only of the allure of beauty, but also of the hidden perils that often accompany it, teaching that what is enchanting may also be treacherous. In the jungles of South America, the legend of La Llorona weaves through the air like a mournful melody. The weeping woman, forever searching for her lost children, is a figure of profound sorrow and rage. Her cries pierce the night, a chilling reminder of the consequences of betrayal and the pain of loss. Children are warned to stay indoors lest they hear her wails, an echo of grief that can lead to madness. She embodies the deep-seated fears of parents, the terror of losing what one loves most, and the haunting burden of regret that can linger long after the act. Meanwhile, in the icy realms of the Arctic, the tales of the Yeti loom large. This towering beast, shrouded in snow and mystery, challenges the very laws of nature. Those brave enough to venture into its territory know that they may encounter more than just the chill of winter. They may face the wrath of a creature forged from the legends of those who came before. The Yeti represents the untamed wildness that still exists in the world, a reminder that some places are not meant to be conquered, and that the unknown is often a place of deep respect and fear. As these stories intertwine, the common thread emerges. Demons are born from the soil of local cultures, shaped by history, fear, and the human experience. Each region has crafted its own narrative, a way to express the unexplainable and the dark corners of the human psyche. The tales serve as cautionary fables, instilling a sense of respect for the things that go bump in the night. In the heart of the African savanna, the legend of the Tokalash dances through the air, a mischievous spirit known for its unpredictable nature. Small and impish, the Tokalash is said to bring misfortune or grant wishes, depending on its mood. Villagers speak of it in hushed tones, for those who offend the spirit may find themselves the subject of its tricks. It is a testament to the unpredictability of life, a reminder that even the smallest actions can yield great consequences. The cycle of these legends weaves a rich tapestry, where the fears and dreams of one culture blend with another, creating a vast landscape of darkness and light. They linger like shadows in corners of the mind, leaving echoes that ripple through the ages, binding generations together through shared stories of the unseen. The emotional weight of each tale fuels the imagination, driving the human spirit to confront the demons that lie just beyond the veil. Yet, even now, as the sun sets, the world holds its breath. In the village where the gloom shroud walks, the air thickens with anticipation, whispering secrets, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The shadows grow longer and more pronounced, hinting at deeper stories yet untold, the stories that stretch beyond the boundaries of one culture, one region. Each tale weaves into the other, binding them together, hinting at an impending revelation, a connection that transcends time and space, where the line between reality and myth blurs, and the true essence of fear comes to life. The wind howled through the narrow alleyways of ancient Rome, carrying with it whispers of dark rituals and the flickering shadows of flickering oil lamps. An eerie silence hung in the air, a silence that felt alive, as if the very stones of the city held the secrets of the damned. Beneath the surface of this great civilization, the Romans harbored a fascination with demons, creatures that danced on the edge of reality and nightmare. As the clock ticked toward midnight, the stories of these demons began to seep into the cracks of history, rippling through time and eventually finding their way into the stories that haunt the corners of modern European horror. Centuries ago, Roman citizens turned to gods and spirits, hoping for protection from the malevolent beings that prowled the night. They crafted intricate rituals, invoking the names of demons to ward off misfortune. But what if these demons were not merely figments of imagination? What if they were real? In the flickering light of a nearby chapel, the air thickened with the scent of incense and the sound of hushed prayers, but shadows danced just beyond the flickering glow, embodying ancient fears that refused to be forgotten. Roman demons, like the infamous lemurs, were believed to be restless spirits of the dead, haunting the living, seeking vengeance for wrongs done. The lemurs were terrifying figures who emerged during the festival of Parentalia, when families remembered their deceased. The very act of remembrance was fraught with dread, for it was known that these spirits could lash out if not properly appeased. The echoes of their mournful cries still resonate today, reverberating in the chilling tales spun by modern authors who draw upon these ancient fears, crafting characters that mirror the deeply embedded terror of the past. As the centuries rolled on, the influence of these Roman demons crept into the dark corners of European folklore. The tales transformed, taking on new shapes, yet the essence remained: the fear of what lies beyond the grave. In the cobblestone streets of medieval towns, flickering flames from torches illuminated faces twisted in horror as they recounted stories of malevolent forces that led the unwary astray. The very fabric of their fears was woven from the threads of those ancient Roman legends. Demons who could steal souls and twist reality into a nightmare. In the damp, shadowy corners of castles, the air thick with mildew and disquiet, the stories of Roman demons grew, merging with local lore. With every whispered tale, the demons evolved. The fear of the lemurs morphed into the tales of vampires, beings that hungered for life and blood, lurking in the darkness, waiting for the moment to strike. These vampires carried within them the legacy of Roman terror, their thirst echoing the insatiable craving of the ancient spirits. As children huddled around crackling fires, their eyes wide with terror, the flickering flames mimicked the dance of the demons in their imaginations. The stories they heard were born from the remnants of ancient Rome, tales of spirits that could slip through the veil between worlds, stories that would inspire generations of writers and storytellers. They painted visions of castles haunted by restless souls and forests prowled by unseen terrors, begging the question: were they truly alone in the dark? The Roman belief in the genius, a protective spirit, also found its way into modern storytelling. This duality of spirits, both protective and malevolent, created a rich tapestry of horror where characters wrestled with their own inner demons. The genius, once revered, transformed into the shadows that lurked within the minds of modern protagonists, battling against the darkness that threatened to consume them. The anguish of the human psyche was laid bare, echoing the fears of those who once walked the streets of Rome, their minds haunted by the specters of the past. Writers like Mary Shelley and Bram Stoker drew from these ancient wells, crafting monsters that were both physical and psychological. The creature in Frankenstein mirrored the lemurs, not a mindless beast, but a tortured being, seeking to understand its place in a world filled with fear and rejection. In Dracula, the vampire was more than a bloodsucker. He was an embodiment of the eternal struggle between life and death, a reflection of the fears rooted in the very soil of Roman beliefs. Modern European horror continues to bask in the shadows cast by these ancient demons. From psychological thrillers to supernatural tales, the influence of Roman mythology lingers, shaping the fears that cling to our consciousness like cobwebs in a forgotten corner. Films flicker with images of demons that resonate with those early tales, creatures that rise from the depths of our collective nightmares, reminding us of the fragility of our existence. In the dimly lit theaters of today, audiences sit on the edge of their seats, hearts pounding, as they absorb the echoes of ancient Rome. The screen flickers with images of malevolent forces, each demon crafted from the rich history of fear that has been passed down through generations. These stories tug at the strings of the human heart, a reminder that the demons of the past are not so distant. They still whisper in the shadows, feeding off our innate fears and insecurities. With every chilling movie and spine-tingling novel, the legacy of Roman demons pulses through the veins of modern storytelling. Their influence seeps into our dreams, begging us to confront the horrors that lie within and beyond, blurring the lines between reality and nightmare. The echoes of those ancient Roman streets, filled with shadows and whispers, continue to resonate, forging an unbreakable connection between past and present, fear and fascination. As the clock strikes midnight again, the air grows thick with a tension that promises unresolved stories, lingering fears, and the chilling whispers of demons long thought vanquished. The shadows deepen, and the ancient legends shift, ever present, ready to embrace those who dare to listen. The story stretches on, ready to weave itself into the fabric of the next tale, where the line between history and horror blurs, and the haunting whispers of Roman demons linger just out of sight. The flickering flames of a dying fire cast twisted shadows on the stone walls of a Roman villa, their dance unsettling yet mesmerizing. A visitor, cloaked in the fabric of whispered tales, stepped inside, a traveler from far-off Byzantium, where the legacy of emperors and the weight of faith intertwined. He gazed upon frescoes that dripped with stories of gods and demons, each brushstroke a testimony to the fears and hopes of a civilization caught in the throes of change. Little did he know that the images that haunted this space were not merely remnants of old beliefs but emissaries in a grand exchange that would shape the very fabric of two worlds. In Rome, the pantheon of deities had long stood guard over the lives of its people, each god a complex face of existence. But as the winds of Christianity began to sweep through the empire, shadows crept in, darkening the skies of ancient belief. New symbols emerged, twisting the familiar into the grotesque. Demons, once mere representations of chaos, took on ominous forms, beings of malice, lurking in the corners of both mind and art. The once celebrated devilry of the old gods became the stuff of nightmares. Across the Aegean, Byzantium was evolving into its own rich tapestry, embroidered with the threads of Hellenistic thought and Christian doctrine. There, the church stood tall, a beacon of hope, yet it harbored the same fears that plagued Rome. Demonology thrived, sculpting phantoms that hovered just beyond the light. The duality of man's nature, good and evil, fueled a fascination with the darker side of existence, giving rise to a complex lexicon of demons that mirrored the tumultuous hearts of both societies. As the Roman Empire waned, its artistic expressions traveled eastward through markets and trade routes. A vivid tapestry of demonic imagery, rich with emotion and dread, began to weave its way into Byzantine art. The famous mosaics of the Hagia Sophia glimmered with gold, but behind their shimmering beauty lay lurking horrors, a reflection of the fears that gripped a society on the brink. Demons, grotesque and haunting, leaped from the canvases, making the beholder question their own fears and sins. They embodied the darkness that crept into every soul, the ever-present struggle against temptation and despair. In one vivid scene, emotion spilled over as a Byzantine artist crafted a mural depicting the struggle of St. George against the dragon, a demon symbolizing the ultimate battle between good and evil. St. George, clad in armor, wielding a sword forged in fire, stood defiantly against the chaos that threatened to consume him. The tension crackled in the air, palpable. The artist poured his fears onto the canvas, translating a collective anxiety into a powerful image. The dragon, with its fiery breath and scaly hide, symbolized more than a mere monster. It was the embodiment of all that was feared in the hearts of the people. But the exchange wasn't one-sided. As Byzantine art influenced Rome, so too did Roman imagery seep into the Eastern Empire. The ancient tales of demons, creatures that once roamed the streets of Rome, made their way into the hearts of Byzantines. They became part of sacred narratives, morphed by time and faith, yet retaining their eerie allure. The mood shifted as these images became warnings, reminders of the ever-watchful eyes of the divine, patrolling the boundaries between heaven and hell. In the candlelit chapels of the Byzantine Empire, the weight of tradition clashed with the fresh perspectives brought forth by these seductive demonic visions. Artists adorned the walls with angels and demons side by side, a constant reminder of the thin veil separating light from darkness. A priest, clutching a worn book, recited verses of the scriptures, but as he spoke, the air thickened with the palpable tension of unseen battles. The congregation held their breath, every word echoing against the powerful figures looming above them, The demons seemed to watch, waiting, tempting. Down the winding streets of Thessalonica, the echoes of laughter turned into whispers of dread as a storyteller spun tales of nightmarish creatures, the likes of which had traveled from Rome. These creatures, with sharp claws and teeth, prowled the shadows, leaving the townsfolk trembling. Yet, deep within the stories was a thread of hope, a chance for redemption that tethered the souls of those who listened. Each story held a mirror to their lives. They were haunted yet hopeful, wrestling with demons both real and imagined. As the centuries rolled on, the imagery continued to morph, adapting to the ever-changing cultural landscapes. The once terrifying forms took on nuances, reflecting the struggles of an ever-evolving society. The demons whispered new temptations. They morphed into symbols of human flaws, a stark reminder of the battles that waged within every heart. The art became more than just decoration. It was an exploration of the human condition, an invitation to confront the darkness that lay within. It was a feverish exchange, each image a note in a grand symphony of fear, faith, and understanding. Voices echoed across the centuries. Artists, priests, storytellers, and common folk. Each added a brushstroke to the canvas of existence, their lives interlaced by the threads of cultural exchange. The demons became more than just figures of dread. They were stories of survival, struggles for identity, and reflections of the divine. And as the shadows lengthened, the flames flickered once more, casting eerie shapes that blended into the walls. The lines between Rome and Byzantium began to blur. The demonic imagery weaved a tapestry that transcended borders and beliefs. What was once fear became a shared experience, a collective memory etched in art, echoing through temples and homes alike. The journey of those demonic figures whispered a promise, a haunting melody that would continue to resonate in the hearts of those willing to listen, each brushstroke a testament to the power of cultural exchange, begging for more stories to be told. In the flickering shadows of a Roman night, whispers carried on the wind, tales of women cloaked in mystery and power. The air crackled with anticipation, the kind one feels when the moon hangs low and ominous. These women, painted in broad strokes of light and dark, were neither fully revered nor entirely feared. They walked the fine line between the two, wielding their influence as deftly as a dancer twirls through an intricate routine. To the untrained eye, they were merely ordinary, yet beneath their calm exteriors lay a tempest of ancient knowledge, secrets buried deep within the earth like the roots of an ancient tree. Women in Roman society were often relegated to the shadows, their voices muffled behind the walls of the home. Yet, in the world of demonology, they emerged as fierce figures, witches and priestesses who held sway over the unseen, bridging human experience with the divine and the demonic. Their power was palpable, crackling in the air like static electricity, and it was intoxicating. It stirred a blend of suspicion and admiration among the masses. The priestesses of Vesta, for example, stood as guardians of the sacred flame, their vows of chastity symbolizing purity. Yet, the very act of maintaining the flame was a dance of power. If a priestess let the fire extinguish, it was believed the safety of Rome itself was in peril. These women were not just keepers of the flame. They were its embodiment, channeling divine energy that sparked both reverence and fear. Meanwhile, the witches, those labeled as strigi or malefici, were often feared for their supposed ability to summon malevolent spirits. In the dim corners of society, they brewed potions and whispered incantations, their fingers stained with herbal concoctions and the remnants of moonlit rituals. Some believed they could turn a man's love to ashes or bring curses upon their enemies. Mothers clutched their children tight, casting wary glances toward the edges of their villages, where shadows danced and laughter echoed like distant thunder. Livia, a priestess whose presence was magnetic, found herself at the center of an unsettling event. A sudden illness swept through her village, striking down the young and old alike. The air felt thick with despair and tension, an invisible weight pressing down on every soul. Livia felt it too, a shiver creeping up her spine. With every flicker of her candlelight, she sensed the encroaching darkness. Desperate for answers, the villagers turned to her for guidance. They believed she could commune with the spirits, that she could lift the veil between their world and the next. As twilight deepened into night, she gathered the villagers around a sacred oak, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens. The fire crackled, sending sparks spiraling into the star-studded sky. With each rhythmic chant, Livia wove an intricate tapestry of sound, calling forth the powers that lay beyond human sight. The energy in the air thickened, and as she closed her eyes, visions cascaded before her. Images of the sick, of the shadows that clung to them like a shroud. Whispers of ancient incantations danced on her tongue, heavy with potential and danger. But not all women possessed the sanctified authority of priestesses. In the underbelly of Roman society, those who practiced witchcraft were often subject to suspicion and persecution. A woman named Claudia, known for her uncanny ability to predict storms, found her life turned upside down when a misfortune struck her village. A blight ravaged the crops, and fear spread faster than any disease. Fingers pointed toward her, accusations of witchcraft swirling like a tempest, fueled by fear and desperation. The villagers, once her friends, now eyed her with suspicion. Claudia's heart raced as she fled into the night, the moon a solitary witness to her plight. The forest swallowed her whole, each rustle of leaves echoing like the heartbeat of the earth itself. In this sanctuary, she was both lost and found, grappling with the forces of fate that could either crush her or empower her. With every heartbeat, she felt a surge of energy coursing through her veins, a connection to something ancient and primal. In the darkened woods, she gathered wild herbs, murmuring incantations passed down through generations. A mixture of desperation and resolve ignited within her. She could harness the very forces that sought to condemn her. With the earth as her ally, she brewed a potion, its aroma rich and intoxicating, promising both salvation and ruin. As dawn broke, casting a golden hue across the village, the townsfolk awakened to an unexpected sight. Claudia emerged from the shadows, her presence electric, her eyes dancing with the fire of determination. The villagers had expected a frail figure, but she stood tall, a warrior cloaked in the guise of a woman. They trembled, caught between awe and fear, recognizing that the lines had blurred. This was not merely a woman but a force to be reckoned with. The tension hung in the air, crackling like a dry branch about to snap. Livia's chants became more urgent, her connection to the divine intensifying. As she reached the climax of her ritual, the ground shook beneath her, a reminder of the power she dared to summon. Specters of the past whispered to her, urging her to rise against the tide of fear that threatened to consume her. In that moment, the destinies of Livia and Claudia began to intertwine, the echoes of their choices creating ripples through the fabric of Roman society. Would the villagers learn to embrace the mystique of womanhood, to see strength where they had only seen weakness? The air pulsed with unanswered questions, a labyrinth of possibilities stretching before them like the paths of the forest, inviting yet foreboding. As night descended once more, the shadows deepened, and the whispers grew louder, drawing the women closer to the heart of their fate, where the lines between witch and priestess, fear and power blurred into an intoxicating dance. The world around them was alive with energy, as the twin forces of light and darkness coalesced, heralding a new chapter in the ever-evolving narrative of Roman demonology. A dimly lit room echoed with hushed whispers as the townspeople gathered outside, their eyes wide with fear. Inside, a young woman writhed on the floor, her body twisting in unnatural ways. The air was thick with dread. Her voice, once sweet and innocent, now growled and spat curses that chilled the bones of those listening. They believed it was not her own voice anymore, but that of a demon that had taken hold of her. In ancient times, demonic possession was a terrifying reality. Cultures across the globe shared a deep-seated belief that malevolent spirits could overtake a person's body, turning them into something unrecognizable. The Sumerians, among the earliest known civilizations, carved tales into stone, detailing how the gods would send demons as punishment or as a means of control. These stories spoke of people losing their will, their sanity slipping away like sand through fingers, a warning echoing through the ages. In Egypt, Priests performed intricate rituals to fend off the dark forces believed to possess the living. The Book of the Dead, a sacred text, included spells designed to protect against the hungry demons lurking in the shadows. They understood the fear that gripped the heart, understood that a single moment of weakness could invite chaos into an otherwise ordered life. To the Egyptians, the mind was a battleground, and the soul was at stake. As centuries passed, the Greeks added their own fervent beliefs to the tapestry of possession. They saw madness not merely as a medical condition but as a spiritual crisis. The philosopher Socrates believed that certain divine states of madness were a gift, suggesting that inspiration could also come from otherworldly forces. Yet, when madness took a darker turn, they sought the wisdom of Asclepius, the god of healing, who could banish the demons that plagued the mind. The Middle Ages brought a new wave of fear, as the specter of witch hunts rose like smoke curling from a fire. Possession became a convenient explanation for the inexplicable. A woman who brewed herbal remedies was suddenly a witch, her very existence a threat to the fabric of society. In this charged atmosphere, priests and exorcists emerged as the last line of defense against the demonic. They wielded holy water and sacred chants, their voices trembling yet resolute as they confronted the darkness. Caught in the storm of superstition, the accused often found themselves trapped, some bound in chains, others forced into the flames of a pyre, all in the name of purging evil. Tension crackled in the air, and every whispered prayer held the weight of lives on the line. The shadows lengthened, and the cries grew louder, a cacophony of fear that echoed through the ages. Even as the Enlightenment flickered to life, trying to shed light on the superstitions of the past, the grip of demonic possession lingered. Folklore morphed into tales of vampires and werewolves, yet the specter of possession never fully vanished. In the 20th century, films like The Exorcist reignited the flames of fear, dragging ancient beliefs into the modern age. Audiences gasped as they watched the young girl twist and contort, her skin turning pale, eyes darkening with an otherworldly wrath. It sparked debates in families over dinner tables, and priests were called into homes once more. Meanwhile, in the shadows of this cultural phenomenon, modern science sought answers through the lens of psychology. The lines between possession and mental illness began to blur, as scientists studied the human brain, uncovering mysteries hidden within. Conditions like dissociative identity disorder and epilepsy were reclassified, labeled, and treated, yet the ancient fear of the unknown persisted. Was there truly a medical explanation for the behaviors observed in those deemed possessed, or was there still space for the supernatural to enter? As the pendulum swung back and forth between science and faith, the heart raced with uncertainty. The Church, while grappling with revelations, still held fast to the belief that evil existed. Exorcism rites continued, the ancient words spoken with reverence echoing through sacred spaces. In hushed tones, they shared stories of encounters with the demonic, accounts that sent shivers down spines and made the blood run cold. And then came the accounts of the exorcists, men and women who claimed to walk the line between two worlds. They spoke of feeling the presence of malevolence, of being drawn into a battle fought not only in the physical but in the spiritual plane. The chilling descriptions of their encounters made the hair on the back of the neck stand on end. What did it mean to confront a demon? How could one discern between the rattling chains of mental illness and the sinister whispers of an otherworldly entity? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the landscape, the stories of possession continued to echo in darkened rooms. The fear and fascination danced hand in hand, creating a tension that felt alive. A new generation found itself captivated by the tales passed down through history, intrigued by the strange intersection of science and the supernatural, forever pondering the question: what lies beneath the surface of our minds? With each recounting, with every shared hush, the ancient struggles breathed again, defying time. The walls of understanding may have thickened, but the darkness remained palpable, lurking just out of sight. It whispered of a reality that stretched beyond the realm of reason, where the battle between good and evil played out in the most unexpected of ways. And so the story twisted and turned, never quite reaching a conclusion, leaving behind a haunting echo of doubt and fear. The townsfolk outside that dimly lit room remained gathered, their breath caught in their throats, waiting for the next chapter of a tale that would never truly end. A tale that danced on the edges of belief and disbelief, a haunting reminder of the eternal struggle that resides in the shadows. In a dimly lit chamber, the flickering flame of an oil lamp casts eerie shadows on the stone walls, revealing the haunting faces of those who sought aid from the unseen. The air is thick with a blend of herbs and the faint, metallic scent of blood, a testament to the desperate measures taken in the pursuit of health. In this world, sickness was not merely a physical ailment. It was a battle against malignant forces that haunted the afflicted. Illnesses were not just understood as natural occurrences, but as invasions by demons and spirits, entities that could twist the very fabric of a person's existence. On the outskirts of Rome, a healer named Antonia sat cross-legged on the floor of her darkened hut, surrounded by a circle of sacred amulets and bowls of incense. Her clients arrived with troubled souls, their eyes wide with fear, clutching their sick children or their own frail bodies as if they were the last remnants of a forgotten hope. Whispers of dark forces floated through the air, tales of malevolent demons that might have crept into their lives, dragging them down into a chasm where pain and despair resided. Antonia's hands moved deftly, pouring fragrant oils infused with the power of herbs traditionally used to ward off evil spirits. She would chant incantations, her voice a blend of strength and vulnerability, invoking the gods and calling upon the protective spirits. As she worked, shadows danced around her, the very presence of the demons she sought to banish lingering just beyond the flickering light. To the people of Rome, these spirits were not just figments of imagination. They were real, tangible forces that could wreak havoc on their health. In the grand halls of the Roman elite, physicians like Galen debated the intricacies of the human body. Yet even the most learned among them knew the weight of belief. They, too, could not ignore the whispers of demons that filled the air when a fever raged or a wound festered. Galen's writings reflected a nuanced understanding of the body, but beneath his medical wisdom lay the recognition that physical ailments often had roots in the supernatural. The Romans were caught in a delicate dance, one foot planted firmly in the world of medicine, the other teetering on the brink of the ethereal. When a prominent senator fell ill, his family summoned the finest physician in Rome, a man revered for his intellect and skill. As the physician examined the senator, he felt the unease ripple through the room, the weight of expectation pressing down on him. The senator's wife, eyes wild with desperation, whispered of shadows that loomed over her husband each night, spirits that whispered poison into his ear. The physician paused, torn between the rationality of science and the haunting specters of fear. He prescribed remedies, yet the wife insisted on a different approach, begging for an exorcism to rid her husband of the demons that plagued him. Beyond the marble columns of palaces, in the alleys of the poorer districts, shamans and healers wielded their own powerful charms and rituals. They knew the language of the spirits, the ancient words that could summon protection or invoke wrath. A healer named Marcus, known for his connection to the divine, prepared to perform a ritual for a young girl afflicted with a relentless cough. The villagers gathered, their breaths mingling with anticipation and dread, as Marcus lit a fire and offered sacrifices to the relevant deities, ensuring the demons would turn away from the innocent child. As he chanted, the flames crackled, and a sudden gust of wind swept through the gathering, extinguishing the fire and plunging them into darkness. Gasps echoed, heartbeats quickened, and the specter of the unknown loomed large. The villagers huddled together, fear and hope entwined in a palpable tension. In that moment, the lines blurred between healer and demon, light and darkness. The whispers of ancient myths filled the night air, tales of the gods who once walked among them, casting aside their immortal duties to engage in the suffering of mortals. Romans believed that even the greatest ailments required intervention from higher powers. A ritual to Asclepius, the god of medicine, involved offerings of honey and incense at his temple. The sick would travel for miles, seeking his blessing, but many times, it was the demons they feared that stood in the way of their recovery. The energy was electric, charged with the desperate prayers of a people seeking relief. In the shadowy corners of Rome, the unseen world thrived, and the role of demons in healing was both a source of terror and a beacon of hope. The sick and their families stood at the precipice of despair, their faith in the powers that be tested at every turn. Were the demons merely metaphors for their suffering, or did they truly exist, lurking just outside the door of their consciousness, waiting to pounce on the weak and the vulnerable? In this tumultuous landscape, Antonia's voice echoed through the air as she performed her rituals, the flicker of the flame revealing the sweat on her brow, a testament to her own fears. With every step she took, her resolve hardened. She was a warrior against the unseen, wielding herbs, prayers, and incantations as her armor. The very essence of life and death danced on a knife's edge, and she would not relent. As the final echoes of her chant faded into the night, a silence enveloped the room, charged with the electricity of anticipation. Had she succeeded in pushing back the darkness? The uncertainty lingered in the air, a heavy shroud that would remain until dawn. The veil between healing and malevolence was razor thin, and as the sun began to rise, the line between the sacred and the profane blurred further, beckoning the next chapter in the ancient saga of Roman medicine and its eerie dance with demons. The sky was a heavy cloak of gray as the sun dipped behind the ancient hills of Rome, casting long shadows over cobbled streets and crumbling temples. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the whispers of the past. In the quiet corners of the city, where the old stones seemed to hum with life, the people knew that the spirits lingered, watchful, waiting, and restless. In the flickering light of twilight, the citizens prepared for rituals steeped in tradition and reverence. Each household had its own shrine, a sacred space adorned with offerings, where echoes of the past merged with the present. Fresh flowers, honey cakes, and small vessels of wine were laid out with meticulous care. It was not just a gesture. It was a lifeline, a connection to the unseen forces that shaped their lives. The spirits of ancestors, of gods and goddesses, needed appeasing. After all, to neglect them was to invite misfortune, a dark shadow lurking just beyond the threshold of their homes. As the first stars pierced the darkening sky, the air buzzed with anticipation. Families gathered around their altars, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of oil lamps. Children peered wide-eyed at the offerings, while their parents whispered incantations passed down through generations. With each word, the air thickened, electrified by hope and fear. The tales of those who had gone before floated in the space between breaths, stories of blessings and curses, of triumph and despair. At the foot of a weathered statue of Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, a woman knelt, her hands trembling slightly as she placed a small loaf of bread at the base of the figure. It was a humble offering, yet it held the weight of her family's legacy. She could almost feel the warmth of Vesta's flame, flickering in the depths of her heart, reminding her of the sacred duty she carried. There was an urgency in her movements, a desperation curling at the edges of her thoughts. If the spirits were not pleased, who would protect her children? Who would shield her family from the misfortune that loomed like a storm cloud over the horizon? Nearby, a group of men gathered in the flickering shadows of a marble column, each clutching a small piece of parchment inscribed with prayers. They chanted in unison, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the Tiber River. They sought favor from Mars, the fierce god of war, hoping for strength and victory in the battles that lay ahead. As their voices echoed against the stone, the weight of their hopes filled the air, mingling with the scent of burning incense. It was a prayer not just for themselves, but for all of Rome, a collective heartbeat, a rallying cry that reverberated through time. The rituals were not mere performances. They were lifeblood. Each act, from the sprinkling of salt around the altar to the pouring of wine, held profound significance. The spirits demanded respect, and the Romans were ever mindful of their presence. A single misstep could spell disaster. A forgotten offering, a neglected prayer, an unacknowledged spirit could tip the delicate balance of favor. The stories of those who had faced divine wrath were cautionary tales, etched in the memories of all who walked the city's streets. A chill swept through the air as night deepened, a reminder of the unseen forces that danced just beyond the veil. The flicker of the lamps cast shadows that twisted and turned, creating phantoms that flickered in and out of sight. An old man, with a face weathered by time and experience, shuffled forward, clutching a small statue of the Laras, the guardian spirits of the household. He placed it tenderly upon the altar, his voice quivering as he invoked their protection. The tension was palpable. The spirits listened, their silence heavy with expectation. Moments stretched like eternity, and then, just as hope began to wane, the wind shifted. A gentle breeze swirled through the streets, rustling the leaves of the olive trees, as if the spirits were responding. Gasps filled the air, hearts quickened, and eyes widened. This was the moment they had all been waiting for, a sign that their offerings had been accepted. The old man's voice rose in fervor, an invocation of gratitude as the community's collective tension released into joyous relief. Yet not all was well. In a darkened alley, a different scene played out. A man, desperately clutching a handful of coins, prepared a sacrifice to the god Janus, the two-faced deity of beginnings and transitions. He sought fortune in a dangerous gamble, hoping to appease the spirit that held the key to his fate. As he lit the fire and cast his offerings into the flames, he felt the weight of eyes upon him, watchful spirits who would not be ignored. The crackling flames danced wildly, reflecting the turmoil within him, burning with the hopes and fears that threatened to consume him whole. The air thickened with tension, as shadows whispered secrets, and the spirits stirred restlessly. Would his sacrifices be enough? Would Janus turn his gaze favorably upon him? Or would he be left in darkness, abandoned to the consequences of his choices? The flicker of the fire illuminated the man's desperation, a microcosm of the human experience, the longing for connection, the quest for favor, and the fear of being lost in the vastness of the unknown. Across the city, the rituals unfolded like a tapestry woven with threads of heartache, joy, devotion, and fear. Each offering was a plea, a moment of vulnerability laid bare before the divine. The echoes of the past intertwined with the present, creating a mosaic of human experience that transcended time. And as the night deepened, the spirits of Rome, both protective and vengeful, loomed ever closer. Their presence felt in every whispered prayer and flickering flame, binding the living with the ancient in a most profound way. The rhythmic heartbeat of the city pulsed on, a melody of hope and despair. As the rituals continued into the night, each spirit appeased, and each offering made, paving the way for what would come next. The air crackled with anticipation, leaving souls hanging in the balance, poised on the edge of fate, their stories intertwined with those of the gods, and the night was far from over. The night was thick with tension, a shroud of darkness wrapping around the flickering torches that lined the Roman camp. The air crackled with anticipation, a storm brewing not just in the heavens, but within the hearts of men. Soldiers whispered tales of glory and conquest, their spirits ignited by the thought of the riches that awaited them beyond the horizon. Yet lurking beneath their bravado was an unease, a gnawing fear of the unknown, the consequences of their ambitions. Across the fields of Gaul, the echoes of clashing swords and the cries of the vanquished filled the air. The Romans had come to conquer, but with every victory, they left behind scars that would never heal. What of the tribes they displaced? Families torn apart, villages reduced to ashes. These were the true costs of empire, unseen by the soldiers who marched forward, blinded by dreams of honor and status. As the fires of their camp crackled, a chill ran down the spine of a young centurion named Marcus, whose hands trembled as he clutched his sword. He was part of something grand, yet the faces of the fallen haunted him, their eyes pleading from the depths of history. In the bustling city of Rome, merchants and senators reveled in the spoils of war. Gold and silver flowed in like rivers, yet the true wealth was never material. It was power, an intoxicating elixir that fueled the hearts of men. The Senate, a chamber that breathed ambition, swelled with pride as they received news of new territories claimed in the name of the empire. But beneath the surface, they knew they were feeding a monster, one that would not easily be sated. The more they conquered, the more they had to lose, and the demons of their past wouldn't let them rest. High above, the gods watched with indifferent eyes as mortals tore each other apart in the name of glory. Mars, the god of war, reveled in the chaos, but even he understood the toll it took. For every battle won, there was a village that mourned. For every tribute paid, there were souls lost to the insatiable hunger for land and power. The Romans thought they were bringing civilization to the barbarians, yet they were, in their own way, becoming the very demons they aimed to vanquish. The legions moved like a dark tide, unstoppable and relentless. In Britain, the fierce Celtic tribes stood resolute against the encroaching threat, their fiery spirits igniting the fields of battle. The clash of swords rang out like thunder, and the earth seemed to tremble beneath the weight of their defiance. The Romans, hardened by years of conquest, pressed forward, but it was not without cost. Young men fell, their dreams of glory turning to dust, and with each loss, the specter of doubt crept further into the hearts of the legionaries. Among the chaos, a young warrior named Boudica rallied her people, a fierce determination burning in her eyes. She would not let her land be taken without a fight. The stories of her ancestors flowed through her veins, and with every battle cry, she awakened the spirit of resistance in her people. As the Romans advanced, they met the fire of her wrath. A woman who embodied the very essence of rebellion, her name etched in the annals of history, forever a reminder of what it meant to fight for one's home. As the seasons changed, so too did the landscape of power. The once proud legionnaires found themselves stretched thin, their ranks decimated by battle after battle. The blood-soaked soil of foreign lands bore witness to their perseverance, yet the toll was undeniable. Families waited at home, their loved ones lost to the shadows of war, and whispers filled the air of discontent. The empire was expanding, but at what cost? The very foundation upon which it stood began to shake, and the heavens seemed to weep for those left behind. In the midst of this turmoil, whispers of betrayal began to surface. Ambition seeped into the hearts of once loyal allies, and the Senate became a snake pit of intrigue. As generals returned, their glories tainted by the specter of failure, the knife of treachery was drawn from its sheath. Friends turned to enemies, and the smile of a brother could hide the dagger of deceit. Each man was a player in a game that demanded sacrifice, and the demons of ambition danced with delight as they watched the chaos unfold. Then came the moment that would seal the fate of many. In a grand amphitheater, the citizens gathered, their cheers and jeers echoing through the arches. Gladiators met in brutal combat, their lives reduced to mere entertainment for the masses. Blood spilled on the sands, and the crowd roared, oblivious to the tragedy unfolding before their eyes. Every cheer was a knife in the heart of the empire, a reminder that while they sought glory, they were also feeding the very demons that would one day turn on them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, turning the sky crimson, the fires of war burned ever brighter. The empire's reach expanded, but shadows gathered at its edges, a sinister reminder that power is a fickle thing. Each conquest brought new lands, but with it new enemies. The very demons they had unleashed in their pursuit of greatness would one day rise against them, and the cycle of violence would churn without end. The names of the fallen would echo through time, their stories woven into the fabric of history, each a testament to the cost of ambition and conquest. In the quiet moments, when the camp lay still, Marcus would sit under the stars, staring into the depths of the night sky. The weight of his sword felt heavy on his heart, and the faces of those he had lost loomed large in his mind. Was he a hero, or was he a pawn in a grand game played by forces beyond his control? The question gnawed at him, a reminder that every soldier was but a thread in the tapestry of an empire that knew no bounds. The shadows of the past whispered in his ear, urging him to remember what lay beneath the surface of glory. And so, the tale of conquest continued, a relentless march into the unknown. As the Romans pressed forward, unaware that the very demons they had unleashed would one day return to haunt them. The fires of ambition burned bright, illuminating a path fraught with peril, where the cost of power was measured in blood, sorrow, and the unyielding cries of those who had come before, forever echoing in the annals of time. Beneath a moonlit sky, laughter and shouts echoed through narrow cobblestone streets, where shadows danced alongside flickering torchlight. The air was thick with the scent of roasted chestnuts and the faint sound of drums. Faces, painted with vibrant colors and wild expressions, moved past, each one a mask of history and myth. This was no ordinary festivity. It was a carnival, a chaotic whirl of joy and fear, tradition and rebellion. Here, the spirits of ancient Rome merged with the fervor of modern Europe, creating a tapestry of celebration that drew on something primal, something dark. For centuries, the legacy of Roman demons lived on, whispered among the townsfolk as they prepared for the yearly ritual of carnival. As the last days of winter approached, this was the time when the boundary between the living and the supernatural blurred, when the very essence of life and death danced in the flickering light. The Romans had believed in a pantheon of spirits, some benevolent, others malevolent, who roamed freely, influencing lives and fortunes. The demons, particularly, stood as harbingers of chaos, embodying the fears and desires of the people. Each mask worn during these festivities told a story. The horned figures, reminiscent of ancient satyrs, roamed the streets, embodying both mischief and dark sensuality. Their laughter was infectious, yet edged with an unsettling undertone, as if they carried with them the unrestrained passions of a bygone era. This was more than just a celebration. It was a confrontation with the very essence of humanity, the struggle between order and chaos, sin and virtue. As masked figures twirled in a frenzy, a solitary man stood apart, his heart pounding in rhythm with the drums. He wore a mask adorned with twisted vines and fierce eyes, an emblem of the ancient spirits that roamed the forests and fields. The faces around him shifted and morphed, each hiding a hint of the demons that still lingered in the hearts of men. They were the embodiment of fear but also of freedom, allowing the townsfolk to unleash their pent-up desires and break free from the constraints of everyday life. The sounds of music and laughter wrapped around him like a warm embrace, urging him to join the fray. But something deeper tugged at his soul, a whisper from history that told of the price of such revelry. The festival ignited ancient memories of the Roman Saturnalia, a time when social hierarchies crumbled under the weight of debauchery and indulgence. The spirit of Saturn, the god of sowing and seed, had blessed the festivities with a chaotic energy that resonated through the ages. During Saturnalia, the masters served the servants, and the rigid rules of life were cast aside. Similarly, today's carnival allowed for a momentary escape, a fleeting glimpse into a world where anything was possible. But with this liberation came the lurking shadow of the demons that watched and waited. In one corner of the square, the locals gathered around a massive bonfire, the flames reaching high as if to touch the very stars. Stories of old echoed through the night, tales of the Roman god Priapus, whose fertility rites intertwined with the frenzy of the carnival. He was both a protector and a trickster, a figure that made the heart race with excitement and dread. The townsfolk recalled how Priapus would bring both blessings and curses, teaching them that life was unpredictable, a delicate dance between joy and sorrow. As the fire crackled, the energy in the air shifted. A chill ran through the crowd, a reminder that the ancient demons were not far behind. The eerie laughter of the masked figures turned into a haunting melody that sent shivers down spines. Some revelers began to falter, their bravado crumbling as they faced the deeper meaning of their celebrations. Beneath the layers of paint and silk, the essence of the Roman demons stirred, whispering secrets of temptation and the darkness of the human soul. Two figures emerged from the throng, their movements graceful yet unsettling. One wore a mask that resembled a fearsome beast, the other, a shimmering goddess of the harvest. Together, they embodied the duality of creation and destruction, of pleasure and pain. Their presence stirred the crowd, drawing them closer as they danced, each step echoing with the weight of history. The energy was electric, a pulsing force that seemed to transcend the moment, connecting the modern revelers with their ancient counterparts. The crowd erupted in cheers as the duo twirled, their dance a ritual of sorts, blending the past with the present. Laughter mingled with a sense of foreboding, an awareness that within the joy of carnival lay a darker truth, a reminder that the demons of old still had power over their lives. In the midst of the celebration, a young woman, captivated by the dance, felt the pull of the ancient spirits. They beckoned her closer, whispering sweet promises in her ear, urging her to abandon her fears and embrace the chaos. But amidst the revelry, a shadow loomed larger. In another corner of the square, an older man dressed in tattered garments watched with a knowing gaze. He held the remnants of an ancestor's tales, stories that warned of the cost of such unfettered freedom. He remembered the days when the line between joy and despair blurred all too easily. The demons of indulgence had their way of twisting desires into regret, and he had seen too many friends lost in the dance of excess. As the carnival reached its fevered peak, the atmosphere became charged with a collective heartbeat, a rhythm that resonated deep within the soul. The stories of the Roman demons mingled with the laughter and music, a continuous thread weaving through the chaos. Each participant felt the pulse of history, a reminder that they were part of something much larger, something that transcended time and space. The night wore on, and as the final notes of the revelry rang out, a hush fell over the crowd. The masks were removed, and faces turned towards the glowing embers of the bonfire. In that moment of silence, the weight of history hung heavy in the air, a reminder that the legacies of the past were not just stories but an integral part of their beings. Even as the celebration faded, the spirits lingered, whispering promises of return, the ancient dance of demons forever etched in the hearts of the revelers. And as dawn broke, the carnival may have ended, but the legacy of Roman demons would live on, echoing through the laughter of generations yet to come, a haunting melody that would never truly fade. In the dim glow of torchlight, shadows danced on the stone walls of a long-buried chamber, whispering secrets of an ancient world. The air was thick with anticipation, each breath sending a shiver down the spine of the archaeologists who had unearthed this hidden tomb. What lay before them was not just a collection of artifacts, but a chilling glimpse into the beliefs and fears of the Romans, a glimpse into their demonology. Fragments of pottery scattered across the floor, etched with symbols that evoked a sense of dread. These were not mere decorations. They were talismans, created to ward off the darkness that lurked in the corners of their minds. Each piece told a story, a narrative of how ancient Romans grappled with the supernatural. As the archaeologists brushed away centuries of dust, the thrill of discovery mingled with an unsettling unease. The past had a way of creeping into the present, and the lingering presence of these demonic figures was palpable. Among the artifacts, a small bronze amulet caught the eye of a young researcher, its surface worn smooth by time. It depicted a grotesque creature, its eyes bulging and teeth bared in a snarl. This was no ordinary trinket. It was a protective charm, intended to shield the wearer from malevolent spirits. The researcher's heart raced. What had driven the Romans to such extremes? What did they fear? As the team continued their work, they uncovered a series of scrolls, their fibers aging but the ink still legible. These ancient texts revealed incantations and rituals meant to summon or repel spirits. The words danced on the pages like echoes of a forgotten language, each syllable steeped in desperation and hope. The archaeologists could almost hear the chants that once filled the air, resonating with a power that transcended time. It was as if the very walls were alive, bearing witness to the struggles of those who had come before. A chilling story began to emerge from the fragments. Imagine a family gathered in their home, a flickering fire casting long shadows as they shared tales of the restless dead. They spoke of a dark figure that haunted the night, a demon that preyed upon the fears of the living. The tales were vivid and terrifying, filled with the screams of the damned and the laughter of the wicked. Each tale was a warning, a reminder that unseen forces lingered just beyond the veil of the ordinary world. One particular scroll caught the attention of the lead archaeologist. It detailed a ritual meant to summon a spirit for protection, an act of desperation that spoke volumes about the human condition. It described how to prepare a sacred space, the herbs that must be burned, and the incantations that must be recited at the stroke of midnight. The archaeologist could almost feel the tension in the air, the weight of fear pressing down on those who believed they could control the chaos that surrounded them. As the night wore on, a sudden chill swept through the chamber, causing the hairs on the back of their necks to stand on end. A fleeting thought crossed their minds. Were they alone in this place? The flickering torchlight cast ominous shapes on the walls, shapes that seemed to twist and turn, almost as if they were alive. It was a reminder that, even now, in the 21st century, the echoes of those ancient fears lingered, binding the past to the present. Unearthing Roman demonology was not just about the artifacts. It was about humanity's eternal struggle against the unknown. The researchers felt the weight of history pressing down upon them, a shared fear that coursed through the ages. They knew that the demons of the past were not merely figments of imagination. They were reflections of real anxieties, fears that transcended time and culture. What if the ancient Romans had been right? What if there were forces that could reach across the centuries, lurking just out of sight? In a nearby corner, a small altar was uncovered, its stone surface still bearing the remnants of offerings to the gods and spirits. A collection of burnt offerings, fragments of food, scraps of fabric, and small tokens lay scattered around it. Each item was a plea for protection, a bargain made in the shadows of fear. The archaeologists felt an overwhelming sense of connection to those who had once knelt here, their voices lost to time. Questions surged through their minds. What had these people experienced that drove them to such lengths? What terrors had they faced in the night, alone in their homes, believing that unseen eyes were watching? The very act of unearthing these relics seemed to awaken a slumbering energy, an emotional tether that connected the living to the dead. They could feel the weight of every decision made, every prayer uttered, every fear confronted. As the team meticulously documented their findings, a sudden crash echoed through the chamber, shattering the silence and sending hearts racing. A stone had fallen from the wall, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a grotesque mask, its features distorted into an expression of rage and despair. It was a mask used in rituals to embody the very demons that haunted the Romans' nightmares. It sent chills through the team, as if they had uncovered a portal to another realm. A sense of urgency filled the air as they gathered around the mask, their breaths quickening. This was more than a discovery. It was a connection with a past that refused to let go. As shadows flickered and whispered, the archaeologists felt the lines between their world and that of the ancients blur. The very ground beneath them seemed to pulse with the energy of those who had once walked here, grappling with their own fears and uncertainties. The echoes of Roman demonology, their rituals, their fears, their very humanity, resonated in the chamber, urging the archaeologists to press on. What other secrets lay hidden in the depths of the earth, waiting to be revealed? They had unearthed more than artifacts. They had tapped into the raw emotions of a civilization that had faced the darkness with trembling hearts. And as they stood amidst these remnants, an unshakable feeling began to take hold. The past was not just history. It was alive, breathing, and waiting to tell its story. In a bustling marketplace of ancient Rome, the sunlight glinted off the polished marble of temples dedicated to gods long forgotten. Among the throngs of citizens, whispers floated through the air like leaves caught in a gentle breeze. The shadows of statues, representing deities of power and passion, loomed large. Yet, beneath the surface of this vibrant city pulsed a darker undercurrent, one that would soon intertwine with burgeoning beliefs that promised salvation and eternal life. As the Romans worshipped their pantheon, Jupiter, Neptune, Venus, their practices were rich with ritual and adorned with colorful festivals. Yet, with every celebration came the haunting specter of their mythology, teeming with tales of demons and spirits, both benevolent and malevolent. It was here that the seeds of a new faith began to sprout, a faith that would not only challenge these ancient beliefs but would also absorb and transform them, crafting a new tapestry of faith and fear. Saints began to rise up, figures of virtue and protection, akin to Roman heroes who offered the promise of safety and favor. The Christians revered these saints, not unlike how the Romans had once revered their gods. Each saint bore a story, often filled with the blood of martyrdom, and their lives were woven into the very fabric of a society still steeped in the old ways. The tales of these holy figures spread through the towns and cities, igniting hope in the hearts of those who felt abandoned by the capricious gods of Rome. In the flickering light of candlelit catacombs, Christians whispered the names of their saints, invoking their intercession against the darkness that lurked in the corners of their lives. These saints were the new guardians, standing resolutely against the demons that haunted both the living and the dead. Some of these demons were remnants of Roman mythology, reimagined and demonized as Christianity took hold. Figures like Pan, once a playful spirit of nature, transformed into a creature of fear and lust, a devilish figure lurking in the minds of the faithful. As the sun set on the temple of Jupiter, the echoes of prayers transformed into chants that seemed to reverberate through the very stones of Rome. The clash of ideologies was palpable. The old ways resisted, while the fervor of the new faith surged forward like an unstoppable tide. The streets filled with anxious energy as Christians faced persecution. Yet they clung tighter to their beliefs, seeing their saints as warriors in an unseen battle. The stories of saints were often shared in hushed tones, filled with dramatic details that sent shivers down spines. Saint Michael, the archangel, was portrayed as a celestial warrior wielding a sword, his presence a powerful antidote to the terrifying imagery of demons that were said to plague the night. Images of him vanquishing evil resonated with the people, who clung to the hope that protection could be found in these divine figures. He was a beacon of light against the dark forces, illuminating the path for those willing to sacrifice. However, the demons of Roman mythology did not vanish quietly. They adapted, morphing into new forms as they clashed with the ideals of Christianity. The old gods, now stripped of their glory, became twisted beings, lurking in the hearts of men. Basilisk, succubi, and incubus emerged from the shadows of ancient tales, embodying the fears of sin, desire, and temptation. The lines between good and evil blurred, and the stories of the saints took on new meanings as each miracle was mirrored by the treachery of demons. In secret gatherings, the flicker of torchlight illuminated fervent faces, their eyes alight with passion and fear. These Christians spoke in hushed tones about the power of their saints against the cunning of evil spirits. They believed that invoking a saint's name could banish the darkness that encroached upon their lives, and the legends surrounding figures like Saint George, who battled a dragon, fueled their resolve. These stories were not mere fables. They were lifelines, giving courage to the weak and hope to the oppressed. Through corridors of time, the myths of old lingered, finding their place in this new belief system. Each saint became a bridge, connecting the glory of the past with the hope of the future. The Roman populace could not ignore the undeniable allure of a God who cared, a savior who embraced the downtrodden. Yet, as the faithful prayed fervently for protection, the shadows of the past stirred, reminding them that demons, once deities, could never be fully erased from their collective consciousness. In every flicker of candlelight, the battle raged on, between the comforting embrace of saints and the chilling grasp of demons. The faith that burned within the hearts of Christians ignited a fervor that could hardly be contained, as the old myths reshaped themselves into new fears. Even the demons, now shunned and feared, had their own stories, tales of betrayal and jealousy that echoed through the ancient streets, whispering to those who would listen. Night after night, the struggle between these worlds unfolded, as the faithful fought to carve out their existence in the shifting sands of belief. Each prayer became a plea for deliverance, a call to arms against the evils that prowled outside. The faithful's voices united, a symphony of hope echoing through the darkened alleys, while the specters of Roman mythology skulked in the shadows, waiting for their moment to reclaim the stories that were once their own. And so, the tension thickened in the air, a palpable energy hanging just above the city, where the past and present collided in a breathtaking dance of devotion and dread. The whispers of saints intertwined with the haunting cries of demons, creating a melody that resonated through every corner of Roman life. The intersection of these two worlds continued to pulse with life, and as the days turned into years, the saga of saints and demons evolved, forever entwining the fates of those who dared to dream of a new dawn while facing the terrors of the night. The night was thick with fog, a shroud that twisted and turned through the narrow streets of an old Eastern European town. Shadows flickered as the gas lamps struggled against the darkness, casting eerie shapes that danced along the cobblestones. As the clock struck midnight, the haunting sound echoed through the stillness, reminding every soul of the past lurking just beneath the surface. In the depths of this town, whispers of ancient Roman demons wove through the fabric of everyday life. For centuries, the echoes of the past had not only survived but thrived, embedding themselves in local legends and folklore. The townsfolk believed that these demonic figures, once conjured by Roman sorcerers, still roamed the lands, feeding off the fears and desires of the living. Their stories were rich with danger and allure, a dangerous cocktail that drew the curious and the brave alike. Around a flickering fire, a group of villagers gathered, their faces illuminated in the orange glow. The elder, a man with a voice like gravel, leaned closer, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of fear and reverence. "Do you remember the tales of the night the demon came?" he asked, the group nodding, their expressions shifting from skepticism to apprehension. "They say that when the moon hangs low and blood red, the spirits of ancient warriors rise from their graves, drawn by the rich scent of fear." As he spoke, the wind howled outside, blending with the crackling of the fire, turning the atmosphere electric. The air thickened with anticipation, and unspoken dread gripped the hearts of those who listened. Each tale was a thread woven into the tapestry of their history, stories of lost souls who had bargained with demons for power, only to find themselves trapped in a nightmarish cycle of despair. In one such tale, a young woman named Elena had wandered too far into the woods on a fateful night. Drawn by an insatiable curiosity, she stumbled upon a crumbling Roman temple, its entrance dark and foreboding. Legends spoke of a demon known as Vespertilio, a creature with bat-like wings that feasted on the aspirations of the hopeful. Elena, with her dreams of a better life, unwittingly called to him. The very air had shifted as she knelt before the altar, the atmosphere thick with potential. "I wish for a life of adventure and freedom," she had whispered, her heart racing. But as the words tumbled from her lips, the ground trembled slightly beneath her. That was the moment she realized something was terribly wrong. A chilling laugh echoed around her, the kind that freezes blood in veins, a sound so ancient and so powerful that it felt as if it could shatter the world. Elena's wish had been granted, but the price was steep. The demon had taken her laughter, her joy, leaving behind a shell of who she once was. As her friends gathered around her, trying to pull her back from the edge of despair, they could see the light in her eyes dim, the vibrancy of her spirit snuffed out. It was a reminder of the dangers lurking just beyond the veil of normalcy, where the past and present intertwined. The elder's voice carried on, painting vivid pictures of those who had danced with the demons and paid dearly for their folly. The tension in the air grew thicker. The shadows around them seemed to lean in closer, eager to hear the next chilling chapter. There were once Roman soldiers who, in their arrogance, believed they could summon the strength of the underworld. But the power they sought was not given freely. Their spirits now roam the battlefields, eternally searching for peace. As he spoke, a sudden gust of wind extinguished the flames, plunging the gathering into darkness. Gasps filled the air, and for a moment, the world felt suspended in time. Panic flickered in their hearts, the ancient stories morphing into a living nightmare. Shadows danced madly around them, and each heartbeat echoed like a war drum. What if the stories were true? What if the demons were not just figments of imagination but living entities waiting for the chance to reclaim what was theirs? The elder's voice broke the silence, low and steady. Many have tried to seal the demons in ancient burial grounds, but every year, as the harvest moon rises, they break free. The words hung in the air, heavy with foreboding. The villagers exchanged glances, fear coursing through their veins like ice water. They knew these stories, yet the fear of the unknown gnawed at their minds, awakening something primal within them. In the outskirts of the town, a forgotten graveyard held secrets long buried. Among the moss-covered tombstones lay the remains of those who had danced with the demons, Roman soldiers entangled in the roots of fate, their spirits restless, forever haunting the land they once fought to claim. It was said that on stormy nights, one could hear their cries echoing through the valleys, a chorus of lost souls bound by the chains of their decisions. The villagers felt a shiver run through their bones as they recalled their ancestors' warnings. Never speak of the demons after dark, never call their names, and never venture into the woods alone. But the stories were like a flame in the wind, dancing dangerously close to the hearts of those who heard them. Curiosity was a powerful force, and some could not resist the temptation to explore the mysteries that lay just beyond their reach. A young man, brimming with bravado, declared he would confront Vespertilio. Laughter erupted among his peers, a mix of incredulity and fear. But as the elder's gaze pierced through the darkness, silence fell once more. The demons do not take kindly to challengers. Be wary, for they can twist your desires into nightmares. The fire flickered back to life, illuminating the villagers' faces. A deep sense of unease settled over them, like a heavy fog. They were bound by history, tethered to the land shaped by Roman hands, where demons still whispered in the wind, waiting for the next soul to wander too far into realms they could not comprehend. With each tale, the atmosphere thickened, and that night, as the town nestled deeper into the darkness, a new chapter began to take shape, one that would intertwine their fates with the ancient demons of Roman legend, forever binding them to a past that refused to stay buried. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced across the walls of a small, hidden room. The air hung thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the musty warmth of aged parchment. A figure, cloaked in deep burgundy, knelt before an altar, tracing ancient symbols with trembling fingers. Outside, the world bustled with mundane concerns, but within these walls, the echoes of a forgotten past whispered secrets of demons and deities, of a time when the spirit of Rome held the power to shape destinies. The fascination with Roman demonology is not merely a relic of the past, but a living, breathing force that has surged back into the light, fueled by a vibrant tapestry of belief systems. As the modern world spins ever faster, yearning for connection, many have turned back to the roots of their ancestry, seeking solace in the shadows of ancient gods and spirits. Here, in the flickering glow of candlelight, the revival unfolds, a ceremony imbued with purpose and passion. The resurgence of Roman demonology intertwines deeply with the threads of paganism and neopaganism, weaving a complex narrative that courses through the veins of contemporary spirituality. The old beliefs, once suppressed beneath the weight of monotheistic dogma, have begun to resurface, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Rituals once whispered in hushed tones have found their voice again, echoing through the ages and igniting a spark in the souls of many. Within this tapestry, demons are not simply malevolent beings to be feared, but complex entities that embody the duality of existence, the light and the dark. In ancient Rome, these spirits were revered in households, offered daily tributes, and included in communal rites. They represented everything from the mundane to the extraordinary. Those who dared to summon them found themselves at the mercy of forces beyond comprehension. Yet they also discovered profound truths about themselves and the world around them. In the fervor of modern revival, practitioners have begun to reimagine these ancient entities through a contemporary lens. The once foreign words of Roman incantations now spill from eager lips, their meanings rekindled in the hearts of those who seek them. Rituals that once faded into the shadows are being reborn in gardens and backyards, the scents of herbs and spices mingling with the vibrancy of community. The past and present meld, creating a symphony of belief that resonates with countless souls. The spirit of paganism flows through this revival, urging a reconnection with nature and the cycles of life. Today's practitioners often find themselves standing beneath the vast expanse of the night sky, galaxies swirling above, a reminder of their place in the cosmos. Each star holds the stories of the ancients, and each turn of the seasons reflects the heartbeat of the earth. In this communion, the spirit of the Roman pantheon comes alive, guiding the faithful through rituals that evoke both reverence and thrill. As incantations rise into the night, the barrier between the physical and spiritual worlds thins. Participants feel the hair on their arms stand on end, an electric anticipation coursing through their veins. The presence of the divine becomes palpable, wrapping around them like a warm embrace, igniting a fire that both terrifies and exhilarates. They whisper the names of gods and spirits, Jupiter, Venus, and the mischievous trickster Mercury, inviting their energies to intertwine with their own. But with this revival comes an undeniable tension. The line between reverence and recklessness blurs, and many tread carefully. The modern seeker of wisdom may find themselves faced with ancient rites that demand understanding and respect. The demons of old, once dismissed as mere folklore, now loom large, their complexities unwrapped like exquisite gifts, revealing both dark and light. Unraveling their mysteries comes with a cost: the willingness to confront one's own shadows, to embrace the darker aspects of existence. Yet, the allure remains intoxicating. The ancient texts, many long forgotten, whisper of rituals that promise change and transformation, but those who engage must be ready for what lies ahead. A ritual with the goddess Hecate, for instance, might invite a powerful spirit into the circle, but it also asks the practitioner to confront their fears, their vulnerabilities. The air thickens with anticipation. The heart races, and in that moment, the old magic feels alive again. As modern practitioners find their footing, they also draw connections to the past. The resurgence of interest in Roman demonology has led to the rediscovery of lost texts, illustrating how rituals can be reinterpreted through the lens of contemporary life. Conversations buzz in circles of friends who gather to share their experiences, exchanging knowledge both sacred and practical. The community grows, and with it, an understanding that this path is not one of isolation but of connection, both to the past and to each other. Groups of like-minded souls meet under moonlit skies, adorned in robes and medallions, invoking the spirits of the ancients. Laughter mingles with chants as they gather offerings of flowers, honey, and wine, each item steeped in significance. A ritual honoring the earth, a plea for guidance, or a celebration of life's cycles. All swirl together, breathing life into old rituals, ensuring their survival as they adapt to modern sensibilities. Yet, the heart of the revival beats strongest when it embraces the unknown. Just as the ancient Romans knew fear and reverence for the unseen world, so too do today's seekers. They understand that the journey is fraught with unpredictability, that true communion with the divine can shake the very foundations of one's life. This path, both beautiful and terrifying, offers the promise of transformation, a chance to step into the light of one's potential while acknowledging the shadows that accompany it. In every candlelit room echoing with incantations, there lies a shared heartbeat, a unity that transcends time. The spirits of old resonate anew in the hearts of the living, their wisdom both haunting and illuminating. As the veil between worlds grows thinner, the revival surges forward, an unstoppable wave of emotion, belief, and connection. And just beyond the flickering shadows, the echoes of history entwine with the fervor of modern seekers, igniting a passion that cannot be extinguished. In the twilight glow of a fading sun, shadows stretch across ancient stones, whispering secrets that have lingered for centuries. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and old memories, where history collides with the unknown. Beneath the surface of Europe lie echoes of a time steeped in majesty and bloodshed, where Romans carved their legacy into the land, often with a price that would haunt generations to come. Here, the spirits of those who lived and died linger, unwelcome yet inevitable reminders of the past. In Rome, the haunting echoes of the Colosseum resonate through the ages, where the cheers of the crowd intertwine with the cries of the fallen gladiators. As the sun sets behind the ancient stones, one can almost hear the clang of swords and the roar of the arena. Specters of brave fighters who faced their doom still wander the ruins, their faces twisted in eternal anguish. Visitors often report a chill that snakes down their spines, as if the very ghosts of Rome's bloodied history are brushing past them, silently pleading to be remembered. Traveling north, the dark corridors of the Roman amphitheater in Arles, France, reveal a different kind of sorrow. Once a site of entertainment, it now stands as a haunted monument to those who lost their lives for the sake of spectacle. The shadows here tell stories of betrayal and grief, with an unsettling feeling that the amphitheater itself is a living entity, harboring the pain of its past within its ancient walls. Ghostly figures flit through the night, their faces veiled in mystery, each carrying the weight of stories untold. In the depths of Britain, the remnants of Roman forts and villas stand proud, yet lonely, against the sweeping English landscape. At the ancient site of Vindolanda, whispers of soldiers and their families echo in the cold, crisp air. Their laughter once filled the grounds, but now, only silence reigns, broken by the faint rustle of leaves and the distant call of a lonely bird. Visitors occasionally glimpse apparitions of women dressed in the flowing garments of the Roman era, their hearts heavy with longing as they search for lost loved ones who never returned from the frontiers. The haunting beauty of the Roman ruins at Pompeii carries a different weight, where the ashes of the past still cling to the air. In the quiet of the day, those walking through the streets can almost hear the laughter and chatter of the townsfolk before the catastrophic eruption that sealed their fate. But as night falls, the atmosphere changes dramatically. The flickering shadows cast by the moonlight reveal figures in togas wandering listlessly through the streets, their eyes wide with confusion and despair. The ground seems to tremble with the echoes of their last moments, a reminder that time has not erased their suffering. The great city of Bath holds its own mysteries, with the haunting of the Roman baths standing out as an unforgettable tale. The thermal waters once brought comfort and healing, but now they harbor a darkness that chills the soul. The figures of ancient Romans can be seen drifting near the water's edge, their whispers mingling with the steam that rises into the night. Those who dare to approach often feel an unseen hand brushing against them, a reminder that the past is never truly gone. In Italy, the eerie ruins of Ostia Antica serve as a portal to the past, where the streets are lined with the ghosts of merchants and soldiers who once populated the bustling port city. As dusk descends, shadows flicker in the corners, where the bustling life of trade and commerce once thrived. Visitors often feel an unsettling presence, as if the very stones breathe with the memories of a vibrant life that has long since faded. In the silence, one can almost hear the distant sound of waves crashing against the docks, mingled with the soft sobs of souls trapped in a forgotten time. The Roman walls of York stand tall, a testament to the endurance of history. Yet within their embrace lies the chilling legend of the Grey Lady, said to roam the grounds at night. Her mournful cries echo through the streets, a haunting reminder of love lost among the turmoil of war. Those who encounter her spirit are often left breathless, feeling the weight of her sorrow pressing upon their chests, urging them to understand the pain that binds her to this place. In the haunting quiet of a once thriving Roman settlement in Trier, Germany, the remnants of the past are ever present. Among the ruins, the spirit of an ancient soldier is said to guard the remnants of his home, forever vigilant against intruders. Visitors who wander too close often report feeling a sudden chill, as if they are being watched by unseen eyes. The air thickens with tension, a silent warning that some stories are not meant to be disturbed. Each of these sites tells a story, but the tales are not merely historical. They are woven with the threads of human emotions: love, loss, betrayal, and hope. The connection between the living and the dead is palpable, as if the very ground is charged with the energy of those who came before. It's a feeling that wraps around the heart like cold fingers, tugging at the soul and igniting an insatiable curiosity. As dusk falls over the remains of the Roman Empire, the shadows deepen, and the air grows heavier with memories. The intertwining narratives of these 31 haunted sites remind us that history is not merely a collection of dates and events. It is a living tapestry, rich with the emotions of those who walked before us. Each site beckons to those brave enough to listen, imploring them to recognize that the past is never truly gone, but rather waits patiently for someone to hear its whispers. The flickering torchlight cast long shadows on the cold stone walls of ancient Rome, illuminating the faces of its most renowned figures as they gathered in hushed secrecy. Each whisper held the weight of fear and reverence, for they were about to speak of things that twisted the very fabric of their reality. Demons that lurked in the darkness, creatures that danced between the realms of the living and the dead. Julius Caesar, the ambitious general who would soon conquer Gaul, sat at the head of the table, his piercing gaze absorbing every paranoid glance. He had a gift for reading people, yet this time even he felt a chill run down his spine. A fortune-teller had warned him of a dark entity, a spirit that would haunt him, feeding on his pride and ambition. He scoffed at such talk, yet the fluttering in his gut told him that this wasn't mere superstition. The ghosts of the past sometimes return, uninvited, and they do not come to play. As the night deepened, the air thickened with tension. Calpurnia, Caesar's wife, had dreamt of omens. Her visions were vivid and terrifying. She had seen him crowned, but also a shadow lurking, a warning wrapped in darkness. The oracle's words haunted her, a sweet agony that twisted her heart. "Beware the Ides of March," she had pleaded, her voice trembling. But Caesar, with his confident bravado, dismissed her fears, unaware that the demons often thrive on hubris. Across the city, another historical figure wrestled with his own demons. Cicero, the renowned orator and statesman, was locked in a battle of wits against forces he could not grasp. The air crackled as he penned a speech that would sway the Senate, unaware of the unseen listener lurking in the corner of his study. A whisper slithered through the air, wrapping around him like a serpent. "You're alone, Cicero," it hissed, echoing his deepest fears. "Your words will be your downfall." He felt the icy breath of despair against his neck, a chilling reminder that in the corridors of power, shadows often outmaneuver the light. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the Colosseum, gladiators prepared for battle, their hearts pounding like war drums. Among them was Spartacus, a man whose very name struck fear into the hearts of his captors. But even he felt the weight of a haunting presence. As he gripped his sword, a voice filled with malice whispered through the dust of the arena, "You cannot escape your fate." The demons of his past, the chains that bound him to slavery, clawed at his resolve. Each swing of his sword was a desperate attempt to sever the ties, to wrestle free from the dark spirits that sought to claim him. In the shadows of this grand city, the gods themselves seemed to weave their own stories. The Roman pantheon was rich in deities, yet many had their dark counterparts. A chilling tale circulated among soldiers, of a soldier, a hero, who had defied a demon in the battlefield. This soldier, Gaius, had faced the wrath of the underworld itself after slaying an enemy in a violent rage. The demon, furious at being robbed of its life, vowed to haunt Gaius until his last breath. The hero's laughter echoed through the years, but it turned hollow as whispers of the demon's vengeance rippled through the ranks. In sleepless nights, Gaius could hear the laughter of the fallen, taunting him from the beyond. And there sat the ever-elusive Emperor Nero, a figure draped in decadence, who reveled in the chaos of his reign. Beneath the grandeur of his palace, he too was haunted. As the fires of his own ambition consumed everything around him, he heard the shrill laughter of demons in the flickering flames. "You're destined for ruin," they chanted, mocking his every indulgence. He danced in a frenzy, believing he could outwit the shadows, but every revelry only deepened their hold on him. The line between madness and power blurred, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The whispers of these encounters echoed through time, stories told in hushed tones around flickering fires. The Roman demons were not mere figments of imagination. They were the embodiment of fears that transcended time, lurking in the minds of great leaders. They thrived on ambition, regret, and the insatiable hunger for power. Every historical figure was a canvas, painted with the strokes of their own choices, haunted by the consequences that emerged from the shadows. And still, the night stretched on, weaving threads of suspense and dread. The streets of Rome were alive with stories of specters and demons, each encounter a chapter in a tale of grandeur and despair. The air crackled with anticipation, and the city held its breath, waiting for the next soul to encounter the darkness. In a dimly lit tavern, a young poet named Ovid scribbled furiously, inspired by the weight of the stories around him. He wrote of love and loss, but with every stroke of his quill, he felt the demons of his own past creep closer. "Write, and they will come," whispered a voice from the shadows, curling around him like smoke. The line between inspiration and possession blurred, as he found himself caught in the web spun by these ancient forces. As the night deepened, the flickering flames cast eerie shadows, each figure in the city grappling with the demons of their own making. Their stories intertwined like the roots of a great tree, thick and gnarled, each branch reaching into dark places where light could not penetrate. The air buzzed with untold tales, a living tapestry of fear, ambition, and the weight of history, urging every soul forward into the unknown. The echoes of these encounters lingered, weaving through time, an unbroken loop of human experience. Each figure was tethered to the demons they faced, a timeless dance of power and despair. Roman demons were not confined to the pages of history. They lived on in the hearts of those who dared to dream, to conquer, and to fall. The night continued, relentless and unforgiving, as the shadows deepened, waiting for the next story to unfold in the grand narrative of life. The flickering streetlight cast eerie shadows on the cracked pavement, illuminating the figure of an old woman hunched over her cane, whispered tales of the past curling from her lips like smoke. "They come at night," she said, her voice a rasp of dry leaves. "The spirits of the old world, the demons of Rome." Children huddled closer, eyes wide with both fear and curiosity, the chill of her words wrapping around them like a winter's shroud. They shivered, not just from the cold, but from the ancient fear that pulsed through her stories, tales whose roots dug deep into the soil of history. Where Roman demons still lingered, their presence felt in the urban legends of today. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the tales of the old woman spilled into the dim alleyways, seeping into the hearts of her listeners. In every corner of the world, the echoes of Roman mythology began to resonate, blending into the urban legends that danced through the city like shadows lurking in the night. From the sinister whisper of a spirit that prowled the abandoned buildings to the flickering lights that swelled in the darkness, Roman demons had not simply vanished with time. They had adapted, woven into the very fabric of modern folklore. Take the story of the Mariana, a spirit reminiscent of the Roman goddess of the underworld, Proserpina. In hushed tones, young adults recalled how she appeared in dreams, her mournful eyes reflecting the light of the moon. It was said that those who saw her would be cursed to wander the earth, haunted by the choices they'd made, the roads they hadn't taken. The old woman's words echoed in their minds. "Choose wisely," she warned. "Mariana walks among us." And then there were the shadows. Oh, the shadows! They flitted through the stories of the city, manifestations of demonic entities that once lurked in the alleys of ancient Rome. The Romans believed in nocturnal spirits that prowled under the cloak of night, spirits that delighted in spreading fear and chaos. In modern tales, these shadows morphed into urban legends of creatures that lurked just out of sight, waiting for the unsuspecting to step too close to the edge. Kids dared each other to walk home alone, their hearts pounding as they recalled the tales of the shadowy figures that would follow them, just a breath away. And what of the demon of the crossroads, a figure rooted in Roman belief? In the past, it was said that these locations were sacred, where paths met and spirits roamed freely. Today, teenagers gathered at these junctures at midnight, sharing whispered secrets and daring one another to call upon the demon. "If you ask for guidance," they said with a mixture of fear and excitement, "you might just get it." They were drawn to the thrill of the unknown, the rush of adrenaline coursing through their veins as they felt the cool breath of ancient spirits brushing against their skin. Then came the stories of the cursed objects, relics of Rome that had found their way into the hands of unsuspecting collectors. A tarnished coin, a chipped vase, each one held a story of its own, infused with the energy of a time long past. The objects seemed to hum in the silence, whispering secrets of the demons they once belonged to. The old woman had warned them, "Beware what you touch, for some things are meant to remain buried." The thrill of possessing such items was irresistible, but so too was the fear of what they might unleash. Those who claimed to have opened a cursed box spoke of waking nightmares and unsettling visions, shadows creeping into their dreams. They shared their explanations, ranging from voices echoing in the dark to the feeling of being watched, a burning gaze that followed them through their waking moments. Each tale was a thread, weaving the past with the present, the line between reality and myth blurring until it was nearly non-existent. In neighborhoods where street art flourished, graffiti artists paid homage to these demons of old, painting murals that illuminated the walls with haunting depictions of Roman spirits. They portrayed the emotions of fear, loss, and longing, capturing the essence of the urban legends that had evolved from ancient tales. City dwellers paused to admire the stunning artistry while a sense of unease settled over them, as if the spirits depicted in the paint were alive and lurking just beyond the surface. The tales spread like wildfire, igniting a spark in the hearts of the young and old alike, drawing them into a world where Roman demons walked hand in hand with their modern counterparts. Every shadow became a potential vessel for the dark spirits, every whisper a reminder of the unseen forces that hovered just beyond the edge of reality. As night fell, the stories wrapped around the city, a blanket of shared fear and fascination, a tapestry of life woven with threads of history and myth. And there, in the flickering light of the old street lamp, the old woman paused, her gaze drifting toward the darkness. "They are watching," she murmured, drawing the children closer. "Always watching." The chill in the air heightened, time freezing for a heartbeat as the weight of her words settled over them. With a sudden rustle, a figure darted into the shadows, laughter echoing in the night. The children screamed, hearts racing as the line between reality and legend blurred yet again. In that moment, they felt it, the thrill, the fear, the connection to something ancient, something powerful. And as they turned to flee, the whispers of the past clung to them, wrapping tighter with every hurried step, the legacy of Roman demons pulsating through the very streets they called home. In the shadows of ancient Rome, whispers of dark figures lingered, their breath cold as winter's bite. The streets once echoed with tales of demons, creatures of both dread and fascination that roamed the minds of the people, their forms twisted into something almost human. They were not merely figments of imagination. They were reflections of fear and desire, each a different shade of the human experience. The past and present collide in strange ways, and these Roman demons, those haunting entities, still find resonance in the flickering images of today's films and the pages of contemporary literature. The sun dipped behind the crumbling ruins of the Colosseum, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms on weathered stones. There, in that very place where gladiators fought for their lives, a modern tale unfolded. A tale that drew inspiration from the ancient belief in malevolent spirits. Characters in today's stories wrestle with their inner demons, battling unseen forces that haunt their every step. These modern-day figures, echoing the ancient ones, are often depicted as dark reflections of themselves, caught between their ambitions and their darkest fears. In the world of cinema, directors conjure up images that take the audience back to that Roman past. Think of a film where a seemingly perfect family is torn apart by the specter of a demonic force. As the tension rises, subtle nods to Roman mythology seep into the narrative. Figures like Lari, the household gods once believed to protect the family, transform into harbingers of chaos and despair. The film captures the essence of these spirits, both nurturing and vengeful, and breathes new life into them, challenging the viewers to confront their own perceptions of domesticity and safety. The screen flickers with scenes that make hearts race and palms sweat, drawing on the essence of ancient fears still alive in the modern psyche. Literature, too, plays its part in this haunting reinterpretation. A novel with roots in Roman tradition might revolve around an unsuspecting protagonist who stumbles onto a cursed relic, perhaps a clay figurine of a Roman demon. As the story unfolds, the protagonist's life spirals into chaos. Once tranquil, the home becomes a battleground of emotions, where love battles against betrayal, mirroring the ancient tales of Roman families torn apart by jealous gods and spirits. The reader is pulled into a whirlwind of emotions, each page turning like the ticking of a clock, marking the approach of an inevitable, dark fate. And then there are the subtle connections to the ancient rituals once practiced to ward off these spirits. In a chilling twist, a character might seek to replicate the long-forgotten rites, desperate to banish the darkness creeping into their life. The tension builds as they gather herbs and chant incantations, the very same practices that echoed through the streets of Rome. The air grows electric with anticipation, a reminder of the power that belief holds over reality. The line between the ancient and the modern blurs, leaving readers with a sense of unease as they wonder, can one truly escape the demons of the past? As the characters grapple with their inner turmoil, the demons of ancient Rome whisper in the silence of the night, their stories woven into the fabric of our existence. Each tale serves as a reminder that these spirits are not just relics of history but continue to shape our fears and desires. The transformation of these figures from mere myth to complex, relatable characters breathes new life into ancient stories. They become metaphors for the struggles of contemporary life, anxiety, depression, and the quest for identity, all embodied in the malevolent forms that once haunted the corners of Roman society. In the dim light of a theater, the audience watches in suspense as a young woman confronts her doppelganger, a shadow of herself that embodies her deepest insecurities. The film's climax mirrors the ancient battles of gods and mortals, reflecting humanity's eternal struggle against the darkness within. Gasps ripple through the crowd as the screen illuminates the truth. Sometimes, the greatest demons lie not outside but within ourselves. The emotional weight is palpable, and with it comes the realization that the stories of ancient Rome are far from over. They have merely transformed. The scene shifts again, and readers find themselves in a gripping moment in a novel where a character stands before an ancient temple, now in ruins. The air is thick with the scent of moss and earth, a reminder of time's relentless march. They feel drawn to the remnants of altars once used for sacrifices, a chilling echo of humanity's desperate attempts to appease forces beyond understanding. The silence is oppressive, and the tension mounts as shadows swirl around them, suggesting that the past is never truly gone. It lingers, waiting for a chance to rise again. With every twist and turn, the stories breathe life into the very demons that once haunted the streets of Rome. They awaken emotions long buried, resurfacing with fierce intensity. Characters confront their fears, grappling with the knowledge that embracing these demons may be the only way to understand themselves. The reader's heart races, caught in the web of conflict and emotion, yearning for resolution yet aware that the cycle of struggle is perpetual. These tales intertwine, each thread a connection to the others, forming a tapestry rich with the colors of history and the shadows of modern life. Roman demons, once the stuff of nightmares, now pulse with life, embodying the struggles of a world that refuses to forget its past. The remnants of ancient belief bleed into the contemporary, and as the narrative unfolds, whispers of long-lost spirits echo in the minds of the audience. The stories intertwine, and as one chapter ends, the next begins seamlessly, yet another haunting tale ready to unfold, ever compelling, ever engaging, and always just a breath away from the edge of darkness. The crackling fire flickered shadows across the dimly lit room, casting eerie shapes that danced along the walls. A chill hung in the air, as if the very atmosphere thickened with unspoken fears. The old woman, a keeper of tales, sat in the corner, her voice tremulous and low. "Demons," she began, her eyes shining with the reflection of the flames, "are not just figures lurking in the dark. They are born from the depths of our very souls. Throughout history, fear of demons has haunted humanity like a specter, creeping into minds and infiltrating dreams. From ancient Mesopotamia, where people believed that malevolent spirits could possess the living, to the medieval ages, where the church's grip tightened around the throats of the fearful, the psychology of belief in these entities reveals much about our innermost anxieties. It isn't just the fear of what lurks at night. It's about the dread of the unknown, of losing control over one's own mind. In the dusty archives of time, the Sumerians penned their terror on clay tablets, inscribing the names of demons like Pazuzu, the wind demon who brought disease and famine. Whoever read those names would shiver, for knowledge had a cost, and the power of belief could conjure horrors. It was said that the mere utterance of these names could summon their wrath, inflicting chaos upon those who dared to invoke them. The blood ran cold in the veins of those who lived under the shadow of these ancient fears. As centuries rolled by, the narratives morphed but never faded. The witch hunts of the 16th and 17th centuries in Europe painted a grim picture of a society gripped by hysteria. Villagers turned on one another, convinced that hidden demons sabotaged their lives. Accusations flew like arrows, piercing the hearts of the innocent. Flames licked the sky as countless souls were condemned in the name of righteousness. The fear of demonic possession created a frenzy, where reason dissolved and superstition ruled the day. People believed that a witch's pact could lead to the torment of the living by malevolent forces. The fear was palpable, echoing through the streets like the tolling of a bell warning of doom. Moving into the 19th century, spiritualism took hold, with mediums claiming to communicate with the dead. Victorians eager to connect with lost loved ones found themselves unwittingly flirting with the very demons they sought to understand. Seances often spiraled into chaos, where whispers and raps filled the air, igniting both fascination and terror. Ghost stories became a common part of family gatherings, each tale tinged with a sense of dread. The unknown pulled at the edges of their sanity, revealing the fragile line between belief and madness. In every corner of the world, from Africa's jujus to Asia's yokai, demons took on countless forms, reflecting cultural fears and societal norms. In the jungles of the Congo, tribal communities whispered of spirits that could possess the living, leading them into madness. The fear of these demons wasn't merely superstition. It spoke to the real anxieties of a life lived on the edge of survival, where danger was a constant companion. The threat of illness, betrayal, and death often felt like a demon breathing down their necks, ready to pounce. As the 20th century dawned, the world became more scientific, yet the fear persisted. The rise of psychoanalysis introduced new ways of understanding the mind, but the ancient fears still lingered. Sigmund Freud proposed that demons were manifestations of our suppressed desires and fears. The very thought that our darkest moments could be rooted in our psyche sent shivers down spines. Patients lay on couches, confessing their hidden fears, and the therapist's probing questions felt like a dance with the very demons they sought to vanquish. The horror genre exploded in literature and film, mirroring society's enduring fascination with demonic fears. From classic novels like Dracula to modern films like The Exorcist, the idea of possession and the battle between good and evil became a cultural touchstone, sparking both terror and intrigue. People flocked to cinemas, hearts pounding, as they witnessed battles against unseen forces. There was something visceral about feeling fear collectively, a reminder that these demons, whether real or imagined, tapped into universal anxieties. Even in the modern world, the fear of demons persists, entwined with technological advancements. Urban legends spread like wildfire on the internet, with stories of haunted places and cursed objects gaining traction. The chilling tale of the Slender Man took hold of young minds, leading to a tragic act of violence that shocked the nation. Social media, while a tool for connection, became a breeding ground for the haunting echoes of fear, where the line between reality and fiction blurred. The fear of demons is not merely a relic of the past. It is woven into the fabric of our existence. It reveals something profound about the human condition, the struggle against our darkest thoughts and the battle for control. Each whispered legend, every haunting tale, serves as a reminder of our fragility, of how easily the mind can conjure fears that feel all too real. And as the old woman finished her tale, the flames began to flicker and dance more wildly, as if agitated by the weight of the stories they were tasked with guarding. Outside, the night deepened, and the shadows took on twisted shapes, hinting at the terrors lurking just beyond the light. Would anyone dare to look? Would anyone seek to confront the demons that waited patiently in the dark, eager to ensnare the unwary? The room held its breath, caught in a haunting silence, as the very air seemed to thrum with unspoken fears. The night was thick with silence, a heavy shroud that blanketed the village as whispers of the past roamed the cobblestone streets. Flickering candlelight danced in windows, casting shadows that twisted and turned like the stories of old. In the damp corners of the world, where the moonlight dared not tread, ancient fears lingered, wrapped around the hearts of those who dared to listen. Tales of the Roman demons, those shadowy figures that prowled the edges of civilization, echoed through generations, morphing into the superstitions that would grip Europe like a vice. Long before clocks ticked and calendars were filled with dates, the Romans had their own fearsome pantheon. These demons weren't merely figments of imagination. They were the embodiment of humanity's darkest anxieties. Each one had a story, a purpose, and a power that seeped into the very fabric of daily life. The Romans believed that every shadow cast by the flickering flame held a spirit, a demon waiting to wreak havoc. Fear crept into every home, every altar, and every whispered prayer. Take the sinister figure of Lemur, a restless spirit of the deceased. Families would leave offerings at their doorsteps, hoping to appease this vengeful specter. The air thickened with tension as the night of Lemuria approached, a night steeped in ancient rituals. Households would gather, chanting incantations to ward off the lurking dead. The fear of being haunted, of waking to find a ghostly figure watching from the shadows, was palpable. Children were told to be good, lest they end up like the forgotten souls of the lemurs, forever wandering the earth, seeking revenge on those who had wronged them. In the flickering half-light, a sense of dread began to settle. Individuals in the villages would recount tales of harpies, the winged spirits that snatched away the unsuspecting, leaving behind only a chill and the foul stench of decay. The elderly would whisper in hushed tones about nighttime encounters with these creatures, recounting how they would swoop down, their claws raking through the air like a promise of doom. Stay close to home, they would warn, for the harpies are hungry and the night is long. These stories, steeped in sorrow, morphed across the landscape of Europe. When the Romans retreated, the demonology they left behind transformed, weaving itself into the very heart of emerging cultures. Through the centuries, each region added layers to the tapestry of superstition, feeding on the fears that had been shaped by the Roman legacy. The very idea of night became a canvas for horror, a time when the veil between the living and the dead thinned. The shadows held more than fear. They held the echoes of a time when demons walked among men. In the dimly lit taverns, where laughter masked unease, locals shared tales of the incubus, a demon that preyed upon the unsuspecting in their sleep. The fear of being violated by a creature of the night gripped the hearts of young and old alike. Mothers clutched their children close, warning them of the lurking dangers that prowled outside their doors. Do not linger by the window, they advised, for the incubus may find you. The nights grew long and sleep became a battlefield. As the stories spread, so did the belief in witches, those who consorted with demons to wreak havoc upon their neighbors. The witch hunts that swept through Europe were fueled by the flames of fear, ignited by the very demons the Romans had conceived. Women were accused, tortured, and executed, their lives extinguished in the name of superstition. It was not merely a hunt for witches. It was a hunt for those who dared to defy the unseen powers of darkness. Cold nights were filled with the cries of the innocent, their fate sealed by the shadows that whispered in the ears of the fearful. In the fevered minds of the people, the line between reality and myth blurred. Every rustle of leaves became the breath of a demon, every flicker of light a warning sign. The tales morphed into something darker, a collection of fears that bloomed throughout Europe. Lupercus, the god of shepherds, transformed into a demon that haunted the fields, demanding sacrifices to appease his wrath. Farmers would offer their best lambs, a desperate attempt to stave off calamity. Night after night, the moon hung heavy in the sky, a silent witness to the sacrifices made in the name of survival. As the centuries turned, the demons of old nestled into the bones of the land. The fear of the unseen became a common thread, connecting strangers in taverns, villagers in the fields, and families in their homes. Superstitions began to shape their identities, creating a cultural quilt stitched with terror and caution. The demons were no longer just figures in the night. They were living, breathing fears that dictated the choices of men and women. The pulse of the past beat on, resonating with the people of every age. A simple knock on the door could send a chill down the spine, a reminder of the lemurs that once roamed free. Children would huddle under blankets, clutching their dolls close, fearful that the harpies would come for them next. In corners of homes, protective charms crafted from herbs and bones hung like a desperate shield against the unknown. The Roman demons lingered, their shadows stretching beyond time and space, embedding themselves deeper into the psyche of Europe. With each generation, these fears evolved, growing into complex networks of belief and superstition. People learned to navigate their lives within the confines of these dark imaginings, their reality woven together with threads of terror and caution. And with every whispered tale, with every cautionary warning, the legacy of Roman demons continued to thrive, reminding everyone that the night was never truly theirs. Fear walked alongside them, breathing in the darkness, a constant reminder that reality and superstition are often one and the same. The shadows of the past loomed large, waiting patiently to shape the stories yet to come. It was a stormy night in a forgotten village, where the wind howled like a pack of feral wolves, and the moon hung low, cloaked in heavy clouds. Flickering candlelight danced upon the damp stone walls of a small chapel, casting eerie shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of the past. The villagers huddled together, fear etched into their faces, as they listened to the tale of an ancient evil that had once roamed their lands. A tale that blurred the lines between good and evil, leaving them to wonder just who the real demons were. In the ages long before the rise of reason and science, humanity grappled with the notion of demons as tangible forces that lurked in the shadows, waiting to invade the sanctity of their lives. The early Christians viewed these entities as embodiments of sin, tempting the faithful into moral decay. The stories of exorcisms filled the air, recounting dramatic confrontations between holy figures and malevolent spirits. These accounts, rich with emotion, sparked both fear and hope, illustrating a struggle that transcended mere belief, a battle for the soul itself. Look back to the medieval times when the witch hunts took center stage, engulfing entire communities in paranoia. Innocent villagers, often women with knowledge of herbal medicine, were accused of consorting with demons. The cries of the wrongfully condemned echoed through the cobblestone streets, their pleas for mercy drowned out by the fervor of the mob. Here, the ethics of demonology took a dark turn. What you believe to be good can swiftly morph into an agent of evil, as the line separating the two becomes blurred under the weight of fear. As the fires lit the night sky, the moral dilemmas of those who sat in judgment came to the forefront. Were they protectors of the faith or perpetrators of anguish? The clergy, armed with their holy texts, saw themselves as defenders against the encroaching darkness, yet their actions often sowed seeds of despair. They believed they were acting in divine justice, yet many were left with nothing but ashes and memories, haunted by the shadows of their choices. Travel forward a few centuries to the Enlightenment, a time when rational thought began to challenge the doctrines that had held sway for so long. Thinkers like Voltaire and Kant wrestled with the concepts of good and evil, questioning the very nature of morality itself. The lens of reason began to reshape the understanding of demons, not as external entities, but as manifestations of human frailty, ignorance, and fear. The struggle shifted from external to internal, creating a new battleground within the human psyche. In the dusty libraries of universities, scholars devoured ancient texts, piecing together the history of humanity's relationship with demons. The stories of possession and exorcism were now examined through the prism of psychology. What had once been seen as supernatural events were reinterpreted as symptoms of mental illness or societal stress. The dark twists of fate that led to tragic outcomes were now attributed to misunderstood human emotions and the turmoil of existence. Yet, even as reason took hold, the allure of the mystical remained. In the 19th century, fascination with the occult surged. The likes of Aleister Crowley and Madame Blavatsky revived interest in demonology, presenting it as a path to enlightenment rather than a battle against evil. Their writings ignited a new wave of inquiry. Was it possible that demons could be allies rather than foes? The ethics morphed again, suggesting that perhaps understanding these forces could lead to a greater understanding of oneself. The tension between good and evil wove itself into the fabric of literature, where characters battled inner demons and societal constraints. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein posed haunting questions about the nature of creation and monstrosity. Was the creature truly evil, or was it humanity's rejection that transformed it into a figure of dread? The ethics of demonology now extended to the realm of literature, challenging readers to confront their prejudices and fears. As the centuries turned, the boundaries of good and evil continued to blur. In the throes of war, humanity grappled with the demons of its own making. The atrocities inflicted during conflicts led to a reckoning with the very nature of morality. Were the soldiers fighting for freedom, or were they mere pawns of a greater evil? The historical narratives twisted and turned, exposing the frailty of human nature and the ethical dilemmas faced by those who wield power. In the late 20th century, the rise of horror films and literature brought demonology back into the spotlight. The demonic became a metaphor for the chaos of the modern world, a reflection of fears around technology, alienation, and loss. Audiences were both terrified and captivated as they watched characters confront their darkest fears in the form of supernatural entities. Here, the demons were not just external. They represented the struggles within, mirroring real-life tensions that stirred in the hearts of many. In the twilight of the 21st century, the ethics of demonology continued to unravel in digital realms. Online platforms became battlegrounds for differing ideologies, where accusations flew as easily as the click of a button. The specter of cancel culture emerged, with individuals labeled as demons for their beliefs or actions. The very essence of good and evil had been thrust into a public arena, where morality was debated in 280 characters or less. The stakes were high, and the lines remained perilously blurred. And so, the narrative of good and evil continued to evolve, echoing the whispers of the past. As the villagers in that forgotten chapel huddled together against the storm, they were left pondering. Who are the true demons? The entities lurking in the dark, or the choices made by those who claim to fight against them? The answer danced tantalizingly just out of reach, drawing them deeper into the shadows, where the history of morality and ethics awaited them, filled with both terror and hope. The flickering light of a solitary candle cast long shadows on the ancient stone walls, whispering secrets of ages long past. The air was thick with an otherworldly tension, a palpable presence that seemed to dance with every flicker of the flame. Here, in this sacred space, the remnants of Roman demonology breathed, a legacy both feared and revered. Histories, woven with threads of superstition and spirituality, clung to the very stones like a shroud, as if the long-gone spirits still lingered, waiting for someone to listen. In a time when the empire stretched across vast terrains, Romans looked to the skies and the earth, believing that unseen forces governed their destinies. They crafted intricate rituals to appease these forces, ancient gods and demons, each with their own stories, each with their own desires. The demons were not merely the embodiments of evil. They were reflections of humanity's deepest fears and unspoken desires, shadows of the soul that resonated through the ages. As the candle flickered, it illuminated a forgotten manuscript, pages yellowed with age, filled with incantations and invocations that had lain untouched for centuries. Historians and archaeologists, fueled by a sense of urgency, dedicated their lives to protecting this fragile tapestry of beliefs. With each excavation, they unearthed artifacts that told of a society entangled in the supernatural. Amulets carved from stone, worn down by the touch of anxious hands, held the power of protection against the evils that lurked in the night. Clay tablets inscribed with spells revealed a lineage of knowledge passed from one generation to the next, a bridge between the living and the dead. As these fragments of the past emerged, they sparked a flicker of hope, a chance to preserve the rich heritage that whispered of the darkness and light within humanity. The tension in the air grew thick as modern scholars grappled with the implications of their findings. They found themselves standing on the precipice of a new understanding, where the boundaries between the past and present blurred. Could the demons of ancient Rome teach contemporary society about the struggles of the human condition? Was there a way to reconcile the fear of the unknown with the wisdom that lay buried beneath layers of myth? The questions hung heavy, driving them further into the labyrinth of their research. In the quiet of a dimly lit library, a young historian named Lucia traced her fingers over the delicate lines of an ancient text. With each stroke, she felt the heartbeat of a long-gone world resonate through her. It was a world where demons shaped destinies, where people lived in harmony with the unseen forces around them. The words on the page seemed to pulsate with a life of their own, calling to her, urging her to understand their significance. What if the exploration of these demons could show a path to healing? What if the stories of fear and redemption could bridge the gap between ancient wisdom and modern understanding? As the night deepened and the shadows grew longer, a sense of urgency enveloped her. The tales of Roman demonology were at risk of fading into obscurity, mere relics of a time that seemed distant and irrelevant. But as she held the weight of history in her hands, a fierce determination ignited within her. She envisioned gatherings of scholars who would share their findings, debates that would ignite passion and curiosity, revitalizing interest in the profound depths of this ancient belief system. The preservation of these stories was not just an academic pursuit. It was a way to connect the past with the present, to remind humanity that the dance of light and darkness was an eternal part of existence. In the shadows of the library, a figure stirred. It was Marco, a fellow scholar and Lucia's confidant, who had spent years researching the intersections of myth and psychology. He shared her fervor, his mind racing with the possibilities of what their findings could mean. Together, they dreamed of a symposium, a gathering where mythologists, historians, and practitioners of the mystical arts could come together to explore the threads of demonology that still wove through the fabric of modern life. Would they find that the demons of old were reflections of contemporary fears? Could a new generation learn to navigate the darkness with understanding rather than dread? Outside, the wind howled, a reminder that the world was vast and unpredictable. As the storm raged, the candle flickered ominously, as if the spirits themselves were watching, urging them onward. The weight of their mission pressed upon them, a shared understanding that what they were on the brink of uncovering was more than just history. It was a lifeline to the future. With renewed resolve, they gathered their notes and artifacts, preparing for the journey ahead. Each piece held a story, a fragment of a much larger narrative that demanded to be told. The future of Roman demonology lay not just in preservation, but in revival, the chance to breathe life into forgotten tales and to explore their relevance in a world hungry for meaning. As they stepped into the stormy night, the rain soaked their clothes, but the chill only fueled their passion. They were drawn into a whirlwind of emotion, a blend of excitement and trepidation, knowing that they were on the cusp of something monumental. The echoes of the past reverberated around them, a chorus of voices urging them to carry forward the torch of knowledge. The road ahead was uncertain, fraught with challenges, but in the depths of their hearts, they sensed that the revival of these ancient beliefs could illuminate the path for generations to come. As the storm raged on, the candle's flame pulsed defiantly, reflecting the hope and determination that ignited within them. And in that moment, under the darkened sky, they vowed to keep the stories alive, to ensure that the dance between light and darkness would not fade into silence, but would resound through time, echoing the complexities of the human experience for all to hear. A soft hum filled the air, a whisper of electricity swirling around the room as a group of researchers gathered around a glowing screen. The artifacts lay spread out before them, remnants of a civilization long gone, yet their stories lay just beneath the surface, waiting to be unveiled. Each piece, a weathered fragment of pottery, a tarnished coin, a shattered idol, held echoes of ancient beliefs that once shaped lives and destinies. The tension in the air was almost palpable, as if the very essence of those who had come before was calling out to be heard. In the flickering light, a young archaeologist named Maria adjusted her glasses, leaning closer to the screen. It displayed a high-resolution 3D model of a sacred site buried beneath layers of earth and time. For years, the hidden temple had eluded scholars, its existence spoken of only in hushed tones and ancient texts. But now, with the help of cutting-edge ground-penetrating radar, it was finally taking shape before their eyes. The technology worked like a magic wand, revealing the hidden contours of the earth, the secrets waiting to be unearthed. Maria shivered with anticipation. This was more than just a scientific breakthrough. It was a bridge to the past. The stories of the ancients were woven intricately into the fabric of their daily lives. From the sun god worshipped by the early Egyptians to the mythos of the Aztecs, technology became the key to accessing these deep-rooted beliefs. Drone imagery had mapped vast stretches of forgotten lands, revealing intricate designs etched into the earth, geoglyphs that had gone unnoticed for centuries. With every pixel that appeared on the screen, the researchers felt a surge of energy, a connection to the countless souls who had once danced, prayed, and fought beneath the very skies they stood under now. As the team sifted through digital archives, they stumbled upon a long-lost manuscript, a scroll detailing rituals performed in honor of nature's cycles. The words, though faded and fragile, resonated with a powerful truth. They spoke of the moon's phases, of planting and harvesting, of the sun's warmth as both a giver and a taker. Maria couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine as she recalled her grandmother's stories, the very same rituals that had been passed down through generations, echoing the ancient traditions. Here they were, centuries later, sitting in a room buzzing with technology, yet connected to the same beliefs that had once sustained entire communities. With each discovery, the room buzzed with excitement and disbelief. The researchers invoked the magic of augmented reality, overlaying the ancient beliefs on the modern world. They envisioned sacred ceremonies taking place where they stood, and the air crackled with the energy of the past. Maria felt tears gather in her eyes as she imagined the vibrant colors of textiles worn by the people who had lived, loved, and lost in the shadows of the very structures they sought to uncover. Their hopes and dreams resonated through time, and she felt an unbreakable bond forming, a sense of responsibility to share these stories with the world. But technology was not without its challenges. As they sifted through the data, conflicts emerged, shadows of skepticism creeping in. Some questioned the interpretations of ancient symbols, arguing that a mere algorithm could never capture the complexity of human belief. The heated debate spiraled, voices rising above the hum of machines, echoing like ancient arguments across time. Yet, Maria remained steadfast, believing that technology was a tool, not a replacement for the human connection to history. It was a means to amplify their understanding, to shine a light on the forgotten corners of the past. In a moment of serendipity, they received a call from a historian specializing in ancient religions. He had come across a cache of artifacts in a distant land, relics that bore inscriptions resembling those they had been studying. His voice crackled through the speaker, filled with urgency and excitement. "You won't believe this," he said. "These objects tell a story that could link the cultures together." The room erupted in a flurry of activity, the researchers scrambling to piece together the threads that connected disparate beliefs across time and space. It was as if the very fabric of history was being rewoven right before their eyes. As the night wore on, a profound realization settled within them. Each artifact they examined, each fragment of text they translated, was more than just an object. It was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The ancients had been dreamers and believers, lovers and fighters, just like them. Their faiths had shaped civilizations, igniting fires of hope and purpose that burned brightly even in the darkest of times. Technology breathed new life into these beliefs, allowing them to resonate once more. Yet, with every advancement, questions lingered. What would the ancients think if they could see how their beliefs were being interpreted and understood in this digital realm? Would they feel honored, or would they recoil at modern interpretations? Maria pondered these thoughts, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. The thrill of discovery was intertwined with the burden of truth. In that moment, the screen flickered. A new image materialized. A digital reconstruction of a temple adorned with intricate carvings depicting stories of creation, life, and the cosmos. The colors were vibrant, and the details so precise that it felt like a portal illuminating the ancient world. The researchers leaned in closer, breathless, their hearts pounding at the realization that they stood on the brink of something monumental. The boundaries between their world and the ancient past blurred, offering a tantalizing glimpse of what was once believed and cherished. As they gazed at the screen, a sense of unity enveloped the group, a shared purpose igniting their spirits. The past was not merely an echo. It was alive, waiting to be celebrated. Ancient beliefs pulsed through the very veins of humanity, connecting present and future. The world outside was vast, Yet in that moment, they felt the weight of history pressing against their skin, a reminder that they were guardians of a legacy that spanned millennia. Maria felt a swift rush of determination. The stories of the ancients were alive in their hearts, and they were stewards of the knowledge that could spark understanding and bring peace. As the clock ticked on, the hum of technology melded with the whispers of the past. The line between now and then blurred, and the journey into ancient beliefs was just beginning. They were on the cusp of a revelation that would not just change history but could also change the way they understood themselves. Each click, each analysis, was a step closer to a truth that held the power to transform the world. The night was just the beginning. In a dimly lit chamber, the flickering light of a single candle casts long, dancing shadows on the ancient stone walls. The air is thick with a sense of history, a whisper of the past that echoes through the ages. Here, amid the remnants of what once was, the essence of Roman demons lingers, unseen yet palpable, like a lingering breath on a cold winter's night. Each crack in the stone tells a story. Each dust particle suspended in the air holds a memory. This is where the legacy of Roman demons intertwines with the very fabric of Europe, a legacy rich with fear, fascination, and an enduring grip on the human imagination. Long after the fall of the Roman Empire, the specters of its demons wandered through the streets of medieval towns, their tales woven into the folklore of nations. The stories of these dark figures took on a life of their own, morphing over generations. Every village had its own version, a unique twist on the ancient tales. In Italy, the maleficent Strige prowled the shadows, preying on the unsuspecting. Meanwhile, in the frostbitten lands of Scandinavia, the echoes of Roman influence transformed into the fearsome Valkyries, who decided the fate of warriors on the battlefield, their origins shrouded in the mists of time. As these demons seeped into the culture, they began to reflect the fears and hopes of the people. The fear of the unknown became manifest in tales of spirits that could possess the living. In these stories, demons weren't just evil entities. They were complex beings that represented the darker sides of humanity itself, a kaleidoscope of jealousy, rage, and despair. Every time a child fell ill, every time a crop failed, fingers pointed to the malevolent forces that lurked just beyond the veil of the visible world, reminding everyone of their vulnerability. The stories spread like wildfire, captivating not just the superstitious minds of the common folk, but also the educated elite, who found themselves grappling with these ancient fears. Scholars who dusted off the tomes of the ancients began analyzing the character of these demons, attempting to unearth their true nature. Were they reflections of human behavior, or were they actual entities, waiting for a moment of weakness to pounce? The tension between myth and reality blurred, creating a rich tapestry of belief and skepticism, drawing both the believer and the doubter into its web. In every corner of Europe, the legacy of Roman demons manifested differently, but the core themes remained the same: fear, temptation, and the constant struggle between light and dark. In the heart of the Germanic lands, tales of the daemon painted a picture of tricksters, mischievous spirits who delighted in sowing chaos. They were not merely evil. They were a reminder of the unpredictability of life, a reflection of the chaotic nature of existence itself. The tales of these demons resonated deeply, igniting the imagination of artists and playwrights, who transformed them into characters that could evoke both laughter and tears. As the centuries rolled on, the legacy of these Roman demons was not easily shaken off. The rise of Christianity brought a new interpretation, redefining these ancient beings into agents of evil that needed to be vanquished. Churches became fortresses against these sinister forces, and the stories morphed into cautionary tales meant to deter the faithful from straying from the path of righteousness. The demons were not only a threat to the soul but a threat to the very fabric of society. This new narrative created an even stronger dichotomy between the sacred and the profane, the holy and the damned. In the age of witch hunts, the legacy took on a terrifying urgency. Accusations flew as people sought to pin blame for their misfortunes on the supposed machinations of demons and witches. The medieval psyche was consumed by the beliefs that these ancient spirits walked the earth, casting their dark spells upon the unsuspecting. In the fervor of fear, reason was often cast aside, and the line between reality and legend blurred into a haze of hysteria. Villages turned into battlegrounds, and the echoes of Roman demons transformed into the cries of the innocent condemned. Even as the Enlightenment began to dawn, with its embrace of reason and science, the grip of these ancient tales did not simply fade away. They became enshrined in literature, haunting the pages of books that generations would read by candlelight. Influential writers and poets drew from the well of Roman fear, infusing their works with the shadows of demons that would not die easily. The emotional weight of their legacy pressed heavily upon society, as questions of morality, existence, and the supernatural continued to tug at the heartstrings of humanity. In the modern age, the clamor for the rational world has not completely extinguished the whispers of Roman demons. They continue to permeate culture, lurking in the recesses of films, TV shows, and literature. Their legacy has evolved yet remains unmistakably rooted in the fears and fantasies of a bygone era. The demons that once haunted the streets of Rome now wander through the minds of modern storytellers, their presence felt in the chilling narratives of horror and suspense. Fear is timeless, and the stories of these ancient beings have adapted, morphing into new forms while retaining their hold on the human psyche. As dusk settles and shadows lengthen, the flickering candle may dim, but the legacy of Roman demons glows ever brighter, a beacon of our deepest fears and our most profound questions. The tales are interwoven with the very fabric of European history, a testament to the enduring power of myth and the human experience. Each story, each whisper of a demon, lingers in the air, waiting for the next soul willing to listen. The candle flickers once more, illuminating the fear and fascination still alive within us all, forever binding the past to the present, reminding us that the demons of old are never truly gone. They are woven into the stories we tell, the fears we share, and the lives we lead. The cycle continues, an unbroken chain of shadows that promises to haunt, to inspire, and to provoke thought long after the last flicker has faded.